Good afternoon, baseball fans, and welcome to another presentation of Trinity Baseball on the Tiger Network. We are here on a perfect Saturday afternoon to watch the top-ranked Trinity Tigers host the Schreiner University Mountaineers for a conference doubleheader. I'm Brian Yanselson. I'm joined by Luke Terry. Luke, the Tigers survived a comeback by the Mountaineers last night to win 8-6. Going into today's doubleheader, what are you hoping to see the Tigers improve?
Well, Brian, more than anything, I'm hoping that they improve situational pitching. Last night capped a series of 3 consecutive conference games, and across those, they gave up a total of 16 runs, and that's coming against some of the bottom-tier teams of the conference. So moving forward this year, pitching is going to need to be better if they want to finish atop the SCAC.
Should absolutely be a great day for baseball here in San Antonio. But before we get started, let's take a look at the lineup for the visiting Schreiner Mountaineers. Leading off in center field after making a couple spectacular plays last night, Aaron Riccio. Batting second baseman Chance Goins. Batting third baseman Josh Gilliam. Hitting cleanup at first base, Reese Hohertz. Batting fifth, right fielder Jeffrey Williams. Pitching and batting sixth, Devin Hooper. In left field, batting seventh, Aiden Warren. Catching and batting 8th, Ryan Regal, and batting 9th at shortstop, Jet Muniz. Now let's take a look at the lineup for your Tigers. Leading off in right field, Rafe Chomet. Hitting second at shortstop, Jack Baker. Batting third, left fielder, Ezra Gore. Hitting cleanup and at first base today, Brian Schaub. Batting fifth, third baseman, Jack Wisniewski. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, Michael Goodrich. Batting seventh in center field, Mason Meredith. Batting eighth, the catcher, Tyler Pettit. And batting ninth at second base, Colt Harris. We will be right back for first pitch here in San Antonio as soon as the national anthem concludes. On the mound for the Tigers today in Game 1, redshirt first-year Cade McGann. Luke, what can you tell us about Cade so far this year?
Well, Brian, as you mentioned, he is a first-year, technically a redshirt first year after coming on campus and having his first season postponed by the pandemic. Cade's been really good this year, third in the team in innings pitched, and had an absolutely stellar outing his last time out. 5 innings pitched, gave up only 3 hits, no earned runs, was a huge part of the reason that the Tigers had their first shutout in some 700 days.
And that first shutout led to another shutout this Tuesday against Mary Hardin Baylor, so that's 2 this season already. Seen some good pitching for the Tigers. Last night, a bit of a high-scoring game for both teams. Tigers took an 8-1 lead, only to see the Mountaineers come back and score 5, had the tying run at the plate in the top of the 9th, but they were able to escape with the victory, their 11th consecutive win. They sit at 18-1 on the year, ranked atop Division III nationwide, and looking to get a couple more conference victories here against Schreiner. We are just about at first pitch. Leadoff man Aaron Riccio steps in. McGann's first pitch, up for a ball, and we are off with a doubleheader here at Trinity.
And Brian, as you mentioned in the pregame, Riccio yesterday with a couple of outstanding defensive stops in center field, made some grabs, going down, falling on the warning track, but he struggled a little bit at the plate, went 0 for 4 on the night. was able to reach once with a walk, but he'll look to get the bat going today, trying to help this Mountaineer offense out.
He has a 2-0 count to start the day and make that 3-0. And that 3-0 pitch is in there for a strike. So McGann able to get that one over. Still a 3-1 count for Rocio. And that one hits him. Would have been ball 4 anyway. And Rocio is off to first base. So immediately a base runner for the Mountaineers.
Yeah, and definitely not the start you want on the mound against a guy that went 0 for 4 on the night yesterday. This is something that we've seen Tiger pitchers struggle with a little bit this year, is falling behind in counts. So for McGann, it's going to be important to get the ball over the plate early on, work ahead in counts to allow himself to throw some of his good secondary stuff.
And that brings up Chance Goins, who squares around a bunt, takes that one for a strike. Goins hitting second once again in last night's game, homered in the first inning deep to left field to get the Mountaineers on the board first. Looking to move the runner over here. Bunts that one foul. Rocio over there at first base does have 1 stolen base on the year. The Mountaineers have the fewest stolen bases in the SCAC. Now the 0-2 is swung on and missed by Goins. So a nice job there by McGann, not allowing Goins to get down the bunt and striking him out.
Yeah, but really interesting choice here early on from the Mountaineers. No outs on the board, had your first runner on base. I'm not sure if I agree with the decision to try and move him over early on by playing small ball. You have a big bat at the plate, a guy that homered in yesterday's game. That's a situation in which you might want to let him swing it.
McGann checking on the runner there at first. At the plate is Josh Gilliam, who lines that one to left center field, but Meredith underneath it, so a well-hit ball by the third hitter. But Meredith able to range over, you see right here. Hits it hard.
Yeah, he got a lot of that one with the barrel. Maybe a little bit off the end of the bat, but we mentioned last night some balls that were hard hit to center field that almost got out over that 400 mark, but I doubt we'll be seeing that today with the level of wind we have blowing straight in from center field.
And another check on the runner there at first. Brings up cleanup hitter Reese Hohertz, who got a single in his last at-bat, 1 for 4 in Game 1. Looks at that one for a called strike 1. That's a ball outside. Hohertz with his 28 runs batted in, tied for third in the SCAC. He takes that 1-1 pitch to second base, deep in the shift there, and unable to make the play in time. That's Colt Harris there in second. Was well on the other side of the infield for the pull hitter. We'll see right here. Just a chopped ground ball. Colt Harris can't get to it in time.
Really interesting positioning there in the infield. You mentioned the shift, but it looked like the Tigers maintained 2 infielders on that left side of the infield and had Colt Harris really push back into the outfield as you would typically see on a shift.
And that brings up Jeffrey Williams, the senior outfielder from Houston. He tied Hohertz for the team lead in runs batted in yesterday, now tied for third in the conference as well. And that one's a called strike on the outside corner. So an early opportunity for the Mountaineers to get on the board, as they did last night in the first inning. Have Rocio at second, Hohertz at first. McGann's 1-1 is swung and missed.
Yeah, and that's a great job by McGann. A couple great breaking balls in this at-bat and earlier in this inning. But a good job to get ahead here is going to force the hitter to hit that breaking ball, something other than a fastball.
And that breaking ball is popped up towards the first base side, but out of play. So we'll do that one again. We've seen a couple balls hit towards the right side of the infield. We have a couple new faces there. Brian Shaw playing first instead of left field, as he has done so far this year, and got Colt Harris there at second, with Wisniewski moving over to third. McGann readies his 1-2 pitch, trying to get it high, and he does, but Williams able to fight that one off.
Yeah, really good spot there by McGann. Goes up and in. Williams is able to fight that one off, but McGann holds the count steady at 1-2. Way ahead right here.
Now McGann steps off. Rocio keeping his attention there at second. A base hit likely scores the runner. So trying to keep him close to the bag, and now the 1-2 fouled back yet again. So a good at-bat here by Williams, extending the first inning, and in a doubleheader, likely to see a lot of pitches and pitchers here today. This time, Williams is unable to foul that one off, and Pettit gathers that third strike and gets it on over to first. So the Tigers get out of the first inning, not allowing a run. The Mountaineers leave 2 runners on, get 1 base hit. You see that third strike from McGann, and the Tigers will come to bat in the bottom of the first, looking to get something going. Welcome back to San Antonio. The Tigers are getting set to bat for the first time on the mound for the Mountaineers. Devin Hooper. Luke, we saw Hooper in the lineup yesterday and again today, but now on the mound as well.
Yeah, Brian, and Hooper's thrown quite a few innings for this Mountaineer team so far this year. His last outing came last weekend against Southwestern. He threw 4 2/3 innings, gave up 7 hits, 3 runs, all 3 of them coming earned. Only walked 3 batters, but struck out 2. Gave up a home run in that one as well. So it'll be important for him to establish himself in the strike zone early, try and be competitive against a really hot Trinity lineup.
His first pitch of the day was outside for a ball, to Rafe Chomet. That one in there for a strike. A 1-1 count. And another breaking ball is waited on by Chomet. He grounds it to second base for the out. So a quick out for Hooper to start today.
Yeah, good job there by Hooper. As I mentioned, only 2 strikeouts in that last outing. So important for him to establish himself in the zone, make use of some secondary pitches, breaking balls, off speed, whatever he throws the best. He'll need it today to get this Tiger lineup off balance in the batting box.
That'll bring up first-year shortstop Jack Baker. Baker had a great game last night, went 2 for 4, drove in the first 2 runs for the Tigers, putting them on top. He takes that 1-0 pitch low. Used to seeing shortstop Michael Herrera over there, but Baker doing a nice job so far filling in. That 2-0 pitch is low. So a 3-0 count to the freshman. Baker homered in his very first collegiate at-bat at the beginning of this season. And takes that one for a ball. So a 4-pitch walk for Baker. And not the guy you want to put on. Yesterday stole a base and has 6 on the year in just 10 games. This is 10th game. So he'll likely be on the move pretty soon.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. And Schreiner made a move at catcher today, going with Ragel in today's action. At least the first game of this doubleheader. We'll see how he handles the runners on the base paths today.
And here's Ezra Gore hitting third today. Did not play in last night's game. That ball in the dirt, but stopped by the catcher. Baker not going anywhere yet. The 1-0 is in there for a strike to Ezra Gore. This is Ezra's 5th game of the year. Hooper checking on Baker over there at first. Just 1 hit on the year for Gore in 4 at-bats. Does have 2 stolen bases on the year. So speed at the bases and at the plate. And Gore gets that one down the right field line. That gets down. Baker is going to be running around the bases. He's going to score all the way from first. Gore on his way to third. And he is in there for the triple. So speed there on full display. Gore with the RBI triple, and Trinity's on the board first here in the first inning.
Yeah, Brian, and as you mentioned, not many games and at-bats so far for Ezra Gore, but that's because he was playing football earlier this year. As we see him drive this ball the other way, puts it down that right field line into the corner. His speed really came into effect on this one. We see him sliding into third, but not even a throw coming on that one. Nothing challenging his speed right there.
Gore now on third base with 1 out. Hooper gets that first pitch into Brian Schaub for a strike. Schaub homered in last night's game. Also drove in 4 total runs after having a 2 RBI double. So overall 4 runs batted in and looking for another one in the first inning. Schaub leads the SCAC in home runs with 7.
Yeah, Brian, and you mentioned that double that drove in 2 runs, but that's a little bit deceiving as that one was hit about 400 feet and hit 3 or 4 feet up that wall in center field. So really close to having his second home run of the night last night.
And he sees that 0-2 pitch in there for a called third strike. So a big out for Hooper to respond to the RBI triple with a strikeout of the Tigers' cleanup hitter. He'll try to get out of this inning, allowing just the 1 run. He'll have to get through Jack Wisniewski.
Yeah, really great at-bat there for Hooper. Got ahead early, was able to throw that breaking ball, which is a pitch that we've seen Schaub take quite a bit, not something that he typically wants to swing at. He's more often than not looking to hit the fastball.
Wisniewski sees that first pitch inside for a ball.
But right here with a runner on third and 2 outs, I don't think there's anyone the Tigers want at bat more than Wisniewski, a great situational hitter. Although he is a lefty, he's very willing to use the entire field.
And Wisniewski grounds out when 2 go-ins at second. So Hooper able to get out of the inning, stranding a runner on third. But the Tigers do strike first on Ezra Gore's RBI triple. They take a 1-0 lead to the top of the second. We'll be right back here in San Antonio. And after getting out of the first inning, allowing just 1 run, Devin Hooper goes from the mound to the batter's box. He'll lead off the second inning. Sees that one go way over the catcher's glove. And Hooper lines that one into left center, but Meredith is there with the diving catch. Looked like that one might get into the gap, but Meredith there to stop it.
Yeah, great play by Meredith, ranging to his right on this one in the gap. Knows that Ezra Gore's coming around to back him up, so he has the faith that he can go down to get this one. And even if it kicks off his glove, he has his teammate right there.
So now Aiden Warren at the plate. He squares around a bunt and gets down a good one, and it stays fair, and he is down to first safely. So a nice bunt by Warren there on the first pitch of the at-bat, catching the Tigers by surprise.
Yeah, really great job by Warren. As you said, laid that one down perfectly, just died right on the line. No chance for the Tigers to get him out at first base.
And I mentioned earlier, Schreiner last in the SCAC with just 12 stolen bases, but Warren has 4 of those stolen bases. So after the bunt, we'll see if he's on the move.
Important for McGann to keep him in check here. Check over on him, make sure that his lead isn't growing more than a reasonable amount, because so long as he keeps him close to the bag at first, if Warren chooses to go, Tyler Pettit has a great arm and a great chance of throwing him out.
At the plate is catcher Ryan Regal. He has a 2-0 count as McGann's thrown a couple high. And now trying to get a breaking ball in there, but that's also high. So a 3-0 count after the bunt base hit. The 3-0 pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. Regal was on his way to first.
Yeah, but a good take there by Regal, especially in the 3-0 count. Looked like that one might have been borderline.
And now the 3-1 is, in fact, low. So, ball 4 to Regal. And now the Mountaineers have runners on first and second with 1 out. So a hard hit ball to start the inning by Hooper. He was robbed by Meredith in center field. Then a nice bunt base hit. And now a walk. So the Mountaineers trying to get on the board. San Antonio native Jet Muniz looking down for the signs here. 2 runners on and 1 out. He takes that first pitch in there for a strike.
And Muniz, another Mountaineer hitter who left last night's game without a hit. It'll be important for him in the bottom half of this order to get something going, help get the top of the order back up with runners in scoring position and less than 2 outs.
Muniz does face an 0-2 count now. And that one's in the dirt. Pettit able to stop it, but goes far enough for Warren to take third. So heads up base running there by the speedy Warren. Now runners at the corners for the Mountaineers with 1 out.
Yeah, really great job by Warren. Definitely reading ball in the dirt right there. And for one that kicks off to the right of the catcher, it's going to be a really tough play for him to range in that direction and still get a throw over to third base.
The 1-2 from McGann is swung on and missed in the dirt. Muniz called out with the runner occupying first. So a big strikeout for McGann. 2 outs now in the inning, and that'll turn the lineup over. Aaron Rosillo trying to bring in a run with 2 men down. That first pitch to Rosillo called a strike on the outside corner.
Great job by McGann right here, getting ahead in counts, trying to take the bat out of the batter's hands, make them swing at pitches that they don't necessarily want to.
And Rosillo gets a hold of that one, but lines it well foul. So very early on that one. Now down 0-2 in the count. McGann trying to get out of this jam. And Rosillo lifts that one. Shortstop Jack Baker there, but unable to get it. That drops in between the second baseman Harris and the shortstop Baker. You could see Meredith at the last minute there also unable to see it. Meredith from the start doesn't know where it is, and Baker unable to get it there. So a run scores for the Mountaineers. They tie this game, and they have 2 more in scoring position as Rosillo got all the way to second. Big opportunity here for the Mountaineers. Already tied the game now, trying to take the lead.
Yeah, and a tough play to begin with when your senior center fielder and Meredith can't see that one off the bat, but made even more difficult by the fact that you have 2 true freshmen playing up the middle of the infield right there. Maybe with a little more experience, Tigers are able to get out of the inning right there, but this one will continue.
Goins trying to make them pay for the air, but he pops it up again. Harris sees this one, able to put it away for the 3rd out of the inning. So 2 more runners stranded on base for the Mountaineers, but they do tie this game up at 1 off the drop pop-up in the shallow outfield. We'll be right back in the bottom of the 2nd inning to see the Tigers hit once again. Welcome back. We're here in the bottom of the second inning. Not seventh, not quite. Bottom of the second inning here in San Antonio. Hooper back on the mound, now with a tie ball game after the Mountaineers tied it up in the top of the inning. He faces Michael Goodrich, the only Tiger not to get a base hit in last night's game. Goodrich fouls that one off. We do have to say Goodrich did get robbed by a spectacular play in center field by Aaron Riccio near the wall. Would have been extra bases for sure for Goodrich. That one in the dirt. $11 total hits for the Tigers last night. 7 for the Mountaineers. And that pitch is in there for a called strike, bringing the count to 2-2. And Hooper loses his hat on that one. Gets it in the dirt, bringing the count full, 3-2. Goodrich trying to get on to start the inning. And Goodrich lifts that one towards right field. Plenty of room there for Williams. Records the first out of the inning.
But a nice piece of hitting right there from Goodrich. This one on the other half of the strike zone. But he doesn't force anything, chooses to go the other way with it. Tough break with the wind blowing in as hard as it is today, because that one got pretty deep, and if you take away the wind in this one, that one has a chance to get out of here, I think.
Now Mason Meredith at the plate. Already seen a couple nice plays from him in center field. Takes that one outside. 4-2. Meredith 1 for 3 in last night's game. Fouls that one back.
And we've talked about Meredith being one of the only Tiger hitters in this lineup, hitting under 300 so far on the year. We saw him reach on an infield single yesterday and hoped that that would help him get going a little bit. And in his next at-bat, he sent one deep to center field. But as we talked about, Riccio robbing Goodrich in center field last night, he was also able to rob Meredith late in that game.
And Meredith waits back on that one and lines it into left field for a base hit. So some nice two-strike hitting by the Tiger center fielder gets him on base with one down in the second.
Yeah, some good long at-bats from Tiger hitters to start this one, and kind of just accepting what they're given. A hanging breaking ball right here on the inner half of the plate. Meredith able to pull his hands through, get the barrel to the baseball. But that's an approach that we haven't seen a whole lot from Tiger hitters. Very pull-happy group of offensive players. As Pettit fouls that first pitch off down the left field line, it'll be important for them moving forward to take what they're given and send it back wherever it came from.
Meredith takes his lead from first and draws a throw from Hooper. The 0-1 to Pettit. We'll have to wait again as another throw. Checking on Meredith there. Meredith with 3 stolen bases on the year is a threat to run. And Pettit takes it to the right side. In for a base hit. Meredith going to get all the way to third. So no hit and run on there, but Tyler Pettit acting as such, getting it over past the second baseman and into right field for a base hit.
And you see that pitch on the outer half of the zone. Again, a great job by a Tiger hitter to take what he's given and send it back where it came from. Letting that one travel, get deep, and hit it to the opposite field was Pettit right there.
So an opportunity for the Tigers to take the lead once again. First-year Colt Harris at the plate. Sees a looping breaking ball in there for a called strike. And that one's in there for a called strike as well. So a quick 0-2 count from Hooper on the freshman second baseman.
And if you're Harris, you don't want to be in this 0-2 count considering you're hitting down around that 100 mark on this year. But if there is, and then we see Pettit pop up at second base there with the stolen base. But if there is a good sign for Harris right here, it's the fact that in his 19 at-bats, despite that 105 batting average, he's only struck out 6 times. So the first year has done a good job putting the ball in play this year, but he'll have to battle in this at-bat if he wants to do the same.
And he fouls that one back behind the batter's box. Now 2 men in scoring position after Tyler Pettit gets his second stolen base on the year. The catcher showing some speed there. Meredith over at third. 1-2 count on Harris. And takes that one low. A good pitch from Hooper, but Harris able to lay off of it. And that one swung on and missed. Hooper able to get Harris swinging on strikes, and now 2 down in the inning. Lineup does turn over right fielder and leadoff hitter Rafe Chomet trying to drive in a couple runs with 2 outs.
Yeah, and in his first at-bat, we saw Chomet roll over on a ball that he grounded in the infield. He'll look to have a similar approach to the Tigers that have reached base today, especially in this inning. Pettit driving something the other way. Meredith turning on a pitch on the inner half of the plate. Chomet's going to have a similar approach.
Rafe ahead 1-0 on the count. And another looping breaking ball, but that one is not in there. So a couple of those in a row. Got Harris swinging through that, but 2 of them high to Rafe.
Yeah, and after that rollover, soft ground ball in the infield, Hooper's definitely looking to try and induce the same kind of contact here against the Tigers' top hitter.
And the 2-0 count also low, so a 3-0 count to the leadoff hitter.
Near miss right there. But you don't really want to mess around with Chomet, especially with 2 runners in scoring position, but always a gamble putting him on and having to face the next guy in the lineup.
But he doesn't even have to take the bat off his shoulder there. That one in the dirt for ball 4, and the bases are loaded for the Tigers here in the bottom of the second. That'll bring up Jack Baker. Baker walked in his first at-bat, came around to score on Ezra Gore's triple. Now looks to bring in some runs of his own. That one in the dirt. Regal able to handle it, prevent a run from coming across.
And we said earlier that with runners in scoring position, you certainly don't want to be facing off against Chomet up there. going to take your chances against the first year, but also a difficult task here against Baker as he's hitting .361 on the year, so things don't get any easier for Hooper.
And Baker also going 2 for 4 last night, driving in 2 runs. Takes that one high for a ball. So 7 consecutive balls thrown by Hooper. Nowhere to put Baker. He awaits the 3-0 pitch. That one's in there for a strike. Baker still in a good hitter's count, 3-1.
Absolutely, and showing great patience in this at-bat.
And shows more great patience there as that one is high and away for ball 4. A run comes in to score for the Tigers. Baker heads on over to first base. And the Tigers retake the lead.
And great presence of mind by Baker in that at-bat, understanding that a walk is an RBI in that scenario. Certainly, as a young hitter, you wanted to do everything you can to put your team in a position to win. And we saw a 2-0 fastball that was just a bit high, and I'm sure he was wanting to take the bat off his shoulder in that scenario and swing at it and drive something deep into the outfield. But in this scenario, in a tie game still early on, all you need is runs, and he does a great job to get one there for the Tigers.
And now trying to limit the damage to just 1 run. A visit to the mound to talk to Hooper between the catcher and the pitching coach. Hooper will have to get past Ezra Gore, who drove in the Tigers' first run of the day with an RBI triple down the right field line. There's 3 men on base for Gore this time. He'll look to bring in some more. And he grounds that one past the third baseman into left field. 1 run will score for sure. In comes the second one. Chomet with the 4th run of the day for the Tigers. So Gore with his 3rd run batted in.
Yeah, great piece of hitting right there by Gore. Understands that Hooper, after falling behind in the at-bat against Baker, walking the first year, is going to need to get ahead early in this one. Ezra Gore takes advantage of a first pitch strike, pulling that one through the left side.
Now the Tigers cleanup hitter, Brian Schaub, takes that one for a strike. Still 2 runners on for the Tigers. Baker at second, Gore at first. Already 3 runs have come across for Trinity. Hooper with the 1-0 and time called by the home plate umpire.
And in yesterday's game, we saw the Tigers go up 8-1. This is a spot in which Schaub can break this one wide open only in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Important for Hooper to get out of this one right now.
And he'll try to get Baker at second, but he's back in there safely. So Baker doing his best to distract Hooper on the mound, who has to focus on the cleanup hitter. That one's well high. Hat falling off once again for Hooper. Trying to keep his team in the game. Prevent what could become a long day quickly with yet another game after this one. So can't go into the bullpen too soon. But can't let this one get away from him. And Schaub with the big hack there. 2nd strike.
Yeah, and a lot of movement up top for Schaub on that swing. If he gets that same pitch later in this at-bat, it's going to try and keep his head still more so, pull his hands through quick, get the barrel to the baseball, because even with the wind blowing in today, he's got a chance to leave the yard to left field.
And that one's high. Baker off and running. He'll take third base without a throw. Gore right behind him at second. So even with 2 outs, Baker and Gore taking the extra base and 2 runners in scoring position now for Schaub. Baker's 7th stolen base on the year. Schaub now with the 2-2. That one's in the dirt.
Yeah, and a great job by Schaub to see that one fall in the dirt in front of the plate. Could see his upper half starting a little bit on that pitch, but holds off to fight in this at-bat.
Now he has a full count and sees that one high for a ball. So once again, the bases will be loaded for the Tigers. That's Schaub's first walk of the weekend, his 28th of the season, leads the entire nation in base on balls. So that open base created by the stolen base, likely giving the signal to Hooper not to mess with Schaub. But the task doesn't get any easier here, as Jack Wisniewski, hitting .397, 25 runs batted in, gets the opportunity to extend the Tigers' lead. That first pitch in there for a strike. Just the second inning here in San Antonio. Tigers with the 4-1 lead, looking to extend that. That one in there for a strike. So an 0-2 count for Wisniewski. Jack Baker on third, Ezra Gore on second, Brian Schaub on first. That breaking ball in the dirt.
And great vision at the plate by Wisniewski right there. Likely going to see quite a few breaking balls as Hooper works from ahead in the count. Going to do all he can to shorten up and put the barrel on the baseball right here.
And he does put it in play, drives it back towards second. Goins gets it, but the throw is late, and 2 runs are going to come across to score. So Goins too late on the throw with the force out at second, and instead of ending the inning, Baker and Gore come around to score. It's now a 6-1 ball game here. Wisniewski just a lazy ground ball. Goins too late there on the throw. Schaub not even sliding. And Gore able to come across from second base. And that'll be it for Dylan Hooper. Just 1 2/3 innings, giving up 6 runs here in Game 1 of the doubleheader. We've got a pitching change for the Mountaineers, and we'll check on it after a quick break. We're back here still in the bottom of the second inning. A new pitcher for the Mountaineers, Garrett Landon. He comes in with runners on first and second, 2 outs. Michael Goodrich at the plate. That ball squirts by the catcher, Regal. And 2 more runners will be in scoring position now. Just a real tough inning for the Mountaineers. Already 5 runs across for the Tigers and 2 more right there.
Yeah, and tough start for Landon, but really good in his last outing against Hardin-Simmons University. Went 5 innings in his start, giving up 7 hits, but only 3 runs over that time. Only needs 1 out to get out of this inning.
And another one gets past Regal. That'll bring in the 7th run of the game. Schaub scurries across home. And so not the start that Landon wants, with 2 balls getting past the catcher. That one not even close in the dirt.
Yeah, not much Regal can do right there. Just needs to calm his pitcher down right here. Remind him to throw strikes, be in the zone, allow the hitter to put the ball in play, and let the defense play behind you.
And finally, one across the plate, but that one will be chopped foul. Goodrich led off this inning with a fly ball to right field. So the Tigers have now batted around. And he lines that one into left center field. That's down for a hit. Goodrich with an RBI. He'll stay at first base. But the inning continues, and Goodrich gets on the board, his first base hit of the series. See the left fielder well over towards the line. No chance to get this one. Does cut it off to keep Goodrich at first, but not before another run comes across for the Tigers. It's now 8-1. Mason Meredith now at the plate. Meredith got this rally started in this very inning with a 2-strike single to left field.
But right here for Landon, now as those runners have exited the base paths, only dealing with Goodrich at first, really needs to settle in, find a way to get out of this inning.
And for the Mountaineers, they had a chance to get out of this inning. There were bases loaded and 2 outs, no runs had scored. It was a 1-1 game, but the Tigers have exploded for 7 runs here. Meredith grounds that one to third. Gilliam gets it over to Hohertz for the out, so finally out of the inning are the Mountaineers. But the Tigers add 7 runs in the bottom of the 2nd inning. They take an 8-1 lead to the top of the 3rd. The Mountaineers looking to do what they did last night, get back in this ball game. They have quite the mountain to climb, these Mountaineers do. Welcome back to San Antonio. We're in the top of the 3rd inning. Cade McGann taking the mound now with a 7-run lead. Mountaineers trying to climb back in this one. Gilliam grounds it foul past the third base bag. Gilliam 0 for 1 in today's game. 0 for 3 last night. Hitting over 400. The leading hitter for the Mountaineers, so a bit rare to see him hitless on the series. He's trying to correct that. And he does get that one into left field. His first base hit of the day. And That is also a special milestone for Gilliam, as that is his 200th career hit as a Schreiner Mountaineer. You see him get that one into left field. Gilliam tying the school record for base hits at Schreiner, so congratulations to him. That first pitch to Hohertz called a ball.
But a good start to this top of the third inning right here from McGann. Was sitting in that dugout for quite a while that Tiger rally was going on, putting up 7 runs of support for him. But was going to be interesting to see how he came out and responded, but has been in and around the zone so far to start the inning, and I think that's a good sign.
Hohertz fouls that one back. Mountaineers find themselves in the exact same position as they were last night. They took a 1-0 lead. Tigers then scored 8 unanswered, but the Mountaineers fought back, making this an 8-6 game. That one's well high, making it a 2-2 count. But the Mountaineers just battled, chipped away slowly, couple runs in the later innings, and brought the tying run to the plate in the 9th. Tigers able to escape with the victory, but they'll need a similar effort today if the Mountaineers want to climb back into this one. They have this game 1 and game 2 right after this one, scheduled for 4 p.m. or about 30 minutes after game 1 ends. And that one in there for ball 4, so Hohertz gets on base. The 3-4 hitters for the Mountaineers on with nobody out. So what they need is base runners, and base runners they have. Williams now at the plate. That pitch to Williams in there for a strike.
Good job by Pettit to frame that pitch. Bottom half of the zone. Steal a strike right there. Help this young pitcher get back into this one after losing Hohertz in that last at-bat.
Goes around on that strike, says the home plate umpire. And McGann wanting to throw strikes here. He'll give up singles here and there, like the one Gilliam had to lead off the inning. But what you don't want to do is walk the Mountaineers, make them earn these runs.
Yeah, absolutely. And he did a great job getting ahead in this at-bat. Will stay competitive, trying to keep the ball in and around the zone, forcing Williams to swing at that breaking ball that we've seen at times. If McGann can get a first out right here with the strikeout, as he does right there, he'll keep that double play ball in order. And as we've talked about at length in this series and throughout the season, it seems like this Tiger defense has done a great job getting timely double play balls to get the Tigers out of innings.
That strikeout of Williams brings Devin Hooper to the plate. Hooper, the starting pitcher in this game, was taken out last inning, but remains in the lineup for the Mountaineers. He looks to get some of those runs he gave up right back himself. And he flies that first pitch, foul towards the first base side. Schaub trying to get it, and unable to. Rafe over there as well. But the ball out of play. So Hooper will get another chance to bring some runs in.
And Hooper will look to have a similar swing to the one he had in the first at-bat of this game. Lined a ball into the gap, but just robbed by Meredith in center field. But he'll have his work cut out for him here as McGann gets ahead again. Now in this count at 0-2, Hooper's going to have to fight and foul some pitches off, as he's likely going to see quite a few breaking balls right here.
And right on cue, that breaking ball fouled back.
He's going to want to foul those breaking balls off that are in the zone, make McGann throw some less competitive breaking balls in the dirt, hopefully work this count closer to even, maybe full, and then have an opportunity to hit a fastball at the end.
And he lines that one up the middle into center field for a base hit. Gilliam comes across to score, so Hooper gets one run back for the Mountaineers with a 2-strike single up the middle.
Yeah, and just a great piece of hitting by Hooper right here. Sees another breaking ball over the heart of the plate. After fouling the last one off, knows what to do with this one, sends it right back from where it came.
That'll bring Coach Tim Scannell to the mound for a visit with McGann. Got to credit Hooper. Can't be easy to give up 8 runs on the mound and still keep a good mindset to come up to the plate in the very next inning and get an RBI single.
Yeah, especially after being robbed in his last at-bat. Somewhat of a deflating day for Hooper to that point, but did a good job responding there, helping his team out, keeping this rally going, scratching another run, and bringing another hitter to the plate with a runner in scoring position and less than 2 outs.
And last night when the Mountaineers were down 8-1, they didn't start clawing back until the 7th inning when they scored 4 runs. So we're here just in the 3rd inning, plenty of time for Schreiner to get back into this one. Already got 1 in this inning. Aiden Warren looks to make it a couple more. Warren got on base with the perfect bunt single down the 3rd baseline. This time sees the first pitch in there for a called strike.
But as McGann works through 2 1/3 so far here today, he's already up at 54 pitches. And something we made note of last night is the fact that it's a bit hotter out here in San Antonio. So it'll be interesting to see how McGann tires through this game. But ahead 0-2 in this at-bat against Warren. Great start after that visit from Coach Scannell.
Warren down 0-2 to start this at-bat. .80 degrees here in San Antonio. Not a cloud in the sky. That one in the dirt. Pettit able to find it in time, not letting the runners advance. Hohertz over there at second. Hooper at first.
Yeah, good job by Pettit there defensively, blocking that one, and it trickled just a bit away from him, but good job by McGann on the mound to alert his catcher, let him know where it's at. It's a big part why the runners were not able to advance on that ball in the dirt.
And another one in the dirt, Pettit stopping that one as well. So Warren laying off a couple of pitches here. The first year from Dripping Springs, Texas.
Yeah, and a great job by the young hitter after falling behind 0-2 in the count. Can get a little bit anxious up there at the plate, but has seen some non-competitive pitches, but takes that one on the black. Great pitch by McGann to record the strikeout. 1 out closer to ending this top of the 3rd.
And that one right on the outside corner. That's McGann's 5th strikeout on the day. So 5 of his 8 outs have been strikeouts. Regal trying to keep things alive here, bring in another run. Looks at that one for a called strike.
Yeah, and Regal walked in his first plate appearance. Great job by McGann to get ahead of him here on this count, especially via the breaking ball. Not a pitch that hitters are going to want to swing at. First pitch.
And he throws it again on the second pitch, and Regal does swing at that one. But Meredith has plenty of time to get underneath that one. And the Mountaineers strand 2 more runners in the 3rd. They do bring one across as they try to make their way back into this game. Tigers take an 8-2 lead over their SCAC rival to the bottom of the 3rd. Welcome back to San Antonio, where we have the top-ranked Trinity Tigers up 8-2 over the Schreiner University Mountaineers. Garrett Landon on the mound for the Mountaineers. Tyler Pettit at the plate for the Tigers. That second pitch in there for a strike. So an 0-2 count. Landon throws another one in the dirt that gets past the catcher. Regal saw a couple of those when Landon first came in. One of them allowed a run to score. That one in there for a called third strike. Pettit not loving that one. He's the catcher on the other side, so knows what he's looking for, but the home plate umpire rings him up. Good start to the inning for Landon.
Yeah, and just a fastball on the outside part of the plate. Maybe a little bit of arm side action as that one comes back over to catch just a bit of the outside edge of the zone.
That brings up first-year Colt Harris. Harris struck out swinging in his last at-bat. That one's in there for a strike. Harris's strikeout was the second out of the inning. Game was still tied 1-1 at that point. But the Tigers then put up 7 runs with 2 outs in the inning. Finds us where we are right now with an 8-2 lead. That one from Landon inside. Now a 3-1 count.
Much different count for Harris right here. Fell behind 0-2 in that first one, but working from ahead. Likely going to see more fastballs, but there saw one spiked in the dirt, and he'll go ahead and jog it down to first base.
So by my count, that's 4 balls that have gotten past the catcher here with Landon on the mound. That one, ball 4 to Harris, and already down 6, not what you want to do, walking the number 9 hitter, the first-year Harris, to get to the top of the lineup for the Tigers. Rafe Chomet walked on 4 pitches in his last at-bat, loaded the bases, and now lines that one into center field for a base hit. Harris on his way to third. He is in there safely, and just like that, another rally going for the Tigers. Rafe with his first base hit of the day.
Yeah, great piece of hitting by Chomet right there. I've seen this a couple of times where Schreiner pitchers have lost hitters, walked them, and the next batter up realizes that the pitcher's definitely going to try and establish himself in the strike zone immediately, swinging at some first pitch strikes, and Chomet has a great outcome of that at-bat.
And Baker also swinging at the first pitch, but that one's fouled back. Baker came up with the bases loaded in the second inning, drew a walk to drive in the second run of the game. Here looking to bring another run home. That one high and inside. And that one's thrown away by Landon, trying to keep Chomet close over there on the bag. But instead, it gets past Hohertz. Chomet on to second. And Harris scores. So Landon worried about the runner.
Yeah, absolutely. And ever since Landon's come into this game, it's felt like he's had runners on base at all times. Felt like he's been a little bit too focused on them and not with the batter at the plate.
Now Chomet at second for Baker. That one well outside. So between the 4 balls thrown behind the backstop and that one thrown away trying to get the runner, the ball's kind of all over the place for Landon as he tries to get Baker here with 1 out. That one in there for a strike.
Baker not too satisfied with that call from the umpire, but saw that same pitch called a strike in the first at bat of the inning to Pettit.
Baker now deals with a 2-2 count. And doesn't let that one go to the corner this time and lines it into right field. Chomet will come across to score, and another RBI for the first-year Baker. That's 2 on the day today after 2 last night, looping the 2-strike single into right field. A good approach after a called strike he was not happy with.
Yeah, but as you said, a great approach right there. Another pitch on the outer half of the plate. Baker does a good job to throw his hands at this one, puts the barrel on the baseball, and is able to loop it right over the second baseman's head into short right center field.
And now at the plate, the man of the game so far, Ezra Gore, 2 for 2, 3 runs batted in, including an RBI triple. Chops that one foul. Also has a stolen base on the day, so making an immediate impact in just his 5th game of the year. Luke, you mentioned he plays on the football team as well, so a bit of a delayed start on the baseball side, but making his presence felt here today as he fouls that one towards the same spot near the Tigers' dugout.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure the Tigers are happy to have him back because he's been great at the plate on the base paths. And last weekend when we saw him come into the game against Austin College, in his first defensive play of the series, he was able to throw a runner out at home.
Gore chops that one to shortstop, gets it over quickly to Hohertz for the out. So Gore retired for the first time today. Muniz doing a good job of getting the speedy Gore.
Yeah, absolutely, because even on a pretty routine ground ball in the infield right there, Gore, as you saw, had a chance to beat that one out at first base.
Now there's 2 outs in the inning. Jack Baker still at second base, and Brian Schaub at the plate. Schaub 0 for 1 today. Sees that first pitch outside. Schaub with a home run in last night's game, his 7th of the year. Also drove in 2 more on a double. And that one's on the outside corner. But for the Tigers, happy to see 10 runs on the board despite your cleanup hitter not having a hit on the day. And he swings through that one, fouls it into the catcher's mitt for a 1-2 count. The 2 RBI leaders for the Tigers, Vonderhaar, not in the lineup today. Schaub looking to get one here. And he grounds that one to Muniz at short. Gets that one and gets Schaub out at first. So the Mountaineers get out of the inning, but the Tigers get 1 run back plus another. They take a 10-2 lead headed to the top of the 4th inning. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Trinity's campus. Jet Muniz at the plate, grounds that one on the first pitch to the left side. Recorded for the out. So a quick start to the inning.
Yeah, and a good job by McGann here to get that first out quickly as we see his pitch count go over that 60 pitch mark. So he'll work rather quickly trying to go as deep into this one as he can today.
Get a good look at this ground ball. Third baseman was Nusky, gathering that one easily for the first out of the inning. And now leadoff man Aaron Rocio at the plate, sees a ball one. And hit. Second time today that he's hit on the arm. Just barely nicked, but it counts. And the Mountaineers will take base runners any way they can take them today. That brings up Chance Goins. He swings at the first pitch, sends it foul. McGann pitching with a 10-2 lead. Tigers scored two more in the bottom of the third. Goins fouls that one to third base. A diving effort by someone in the bullpen to get that one. An 0-2 count now to Goins. He fouls that one back. Couple good swings, but fouling it off. Goins with a long home run in last night's game. A no-doubter. Tiger starting pitcher Harrison DeRoe didn't even turn around to look at it. So Goins with a couple nice swings here. But now an 0-2 pitch and unable to get a hold of that one. Another strikeout for McGann. That's 7 on the day.
Yeah, really good sequence there by McGann. A couple fastballs, one on the outside part of the plate. Goins had a chance to catch up to that one, but that second one to strike him out on the inner half of the plate, a little bit of run arm side for McGann. No chance for Goins.
And that brings up Josh Gilliam to the plate. Gilliam with a line drive to center field. Meredith right there to get it. So another well-hit ball by Gilliam, but that one caught for the third out of the inning. So a fairly quick top half of the fourth for McGann. He'll bring the Tigers right back up to bat. We'll be right back to see that happen here on Tiger Network. Garrett Landon back on the mound for the Mountaineers. Jack Wisniewski at the plate. He lines that one into right field down the line. That is a fair ball. Wisniewski rounding into second. He's going to go for third, and he's going to get there safely. A lead-off triple for Jack Wisniewski here in the bottom of the fourth. The Tigers' second triple of the day. And right away, Landon faces another scoring opportunity for the Tigers. You see that one just stays fair. Gets all the way to the corner. Williams has some trouble getting that ball. And Wisniewski slides into third safely.
Yeah, great job by Wisniewski in that at-bat. Like many Tigers before him in this game, understands that Landon, who has struggled a little bit in this one, is going to try and be in the zone early, takes advantage of that fact, and is able to send a ball down the line.
That brings up a pinch hitter for the Tigers, Evan McDonald, into the game. He swings at the first pitch. Gilliam gets that one, throws it on to first. A little bit high. Hoherd's able to get that one and step on the bag in time for the first out. McDonald pinch hitting for Michael Goodrich. Swings at the first pitch and recorded for the out. Now Mason Meredith at the plate trying to bring home the 11th run of the day. That one swung on, says the home plate umpire. And gotta be alert here if you're Wisniewski on third. Landon's thrown 4 balls behind the catcher in his appearance. That one's a nice pitch. Swung on and missed for a strike.
Yeah, really good breaking ball right there from Landon. Had a little bit of arm side action, cutting in towards Meredith, who was way out in front of it.
And there's one in the dirt, as I was just mentioning. Meredith telling Wisniewski to come home, but didn't feel comfortable with how far the ball got, so he stays over there at third. But the opportunity seems to be there for the Tigers to score from third base. Wisniewski with the leadoff triple. And Meredith pops that one up foul. Will the catcher have a play? He does not. So Meredith stays alive. Meredith 1 for 2 on the day. Sees that one outside, evening up the count at 2-2. And he drives that 2-2 pitch up the middle for a base hit. Infield in a little bit. Not able to stop that one is Muniz at shortstop. So a run batted in for Meredith. And the Tigers now up 11-2. You see a 2-strike base hit here from Meredith.
Yeah, it looked like a breaking ball that's just stayed up in the zone for Meredith. Good job to get the barrel of the bat on the baseball right there, and that'll help his average climb up to 295 on the year. Another Tiger hitter close to breaking that 300 mark.
Here's a Tiger who's already over the 300 mark. Catcher Tyler Pettit hitting .328 on the year. That 1-0 pitch almost hitting Pettit, but instead in there for ball 2. Pettit struck out looking in his last at-bat. Now has a 2-0 count. Sees that one go high. So a 3-0 count. 3-0 pitches in there for a strike. Tigers already scored 1 in this inning. Jack Wisniewski leading off with a triple. Mason Meredith driving him in with the single to center field. Pettit with a 3-1 count. And he drives that one to left center field. Recio unable to get there. Does cut it off before hitting the wall. So Meredith will stay at third. But a double from Tyler Pettit. And the hits just keep on coming for the Tigers. They have 2 more men in scoring position. And they're already up 9.
Yeah, we see the replay right here. Pettit goes down, reaches for that one just a bit, but still able to hit it almost all the way out to the warning track in left center field. Saw it drop a little bit in front of that 365 mark on the wall. A really well hit ball by the Tiger catcher, especially on a day where we've seen the wind blowing in pretty strong from center field.
And that'll do it on the day for Garrett Landon. Gave up 3 runs on the day and has 2 more that are his responsibility. The new pitcher, Isaiah Hernandez, will warm up and will be right back when he takes the mound. Isaiah Hernandez now on the mound for the Mountaineers. Colt Harris at the plate for the Tigers. Harris 0 for 1. Has 2 men in scoring position. First pitch to Harris in there for a strike. Harris, one of 2 Tiger starters not to record a hit so far today. Does have a walk and a run scored. Looks to get in the hit column and drive in a couple runs. The 1-1 pitch to Harris. Fouled towards the Mountaineers dugout.
A good start by Hernandez on the mound right here. Seen him throw upwards of 11 innings for the Mountaineers on this season. Saw him in yesterday's action. Went 1 for 3 on the day.
Harris fouls that one back. Once again, Harris says he chose Trinity for their high-level academics and baseball. He's an undecided major right now, just a first year. And his favorite athlete, Cal Ripken Jr., can relate to him on that one as he awaits the 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Harris from Katy, Texas, just outside of Houston. And he chops that one foul, so a good battle here from the number 9 hitter. Speaking of Cal Ripken Jr., Baltimore Orioles in first place of the American League East early on this year. 4-3 record. You can catch them tonight at 6 p.m. But before then, we have some more action here on the Tiger Network. And Harris grounds that one to the left side. Muniz gets it onto Hohertz, who keeps his toe on the bag. 2 outs now in the bottom of the 4th. Harris unable to bring home a run from third. Lineup now back at the top for Rafe Chomet.
And Harris was retired as the second out of the inning right there, but did a good job after falling behind early in that count to force Hernandez to throw 7 pitches, allow the rest of these Tiger hitters to see what the pitcher on the mound has in his repertoire, and turns it over to the top of the lineup that's done a good job hitting with 2 outs so far today.
And Chomet swings at the first pitch, sends it to left field, but a man there to get that third out of the inning. Warren there in left. So 2 runners stranded for the Tigers, but they do score 1 more, bringing their lead to 11-2. We head to the top of the 5th inning here in San Antonio. The top-ranked Tigers up on their SCAC rival by 9. Cade McGann back on the mound for the 5th inning for the Trinity Tigers. Reese Hohertz to the plate. Hohertz with the hit on the day. First pitch of the inning to Hohertz. Low and in the dirt. If you were with us last night, you remember me mentioning Centenary was down late to Southwestern. The Pirates did, in fact, pull off that upset. So Centenary, with their first loss on the year in conference plays, that one's in there for a strike. Centenary had been undefeated, tied with Trinity atop the SCAC. But they went down in Georgetown. Hohertz lines that one into right field. Looks like that one bounced up.
Perhaps kicked off the glove of Harris at second base right here. We'll see on the replay what exactly happened.
Exactly right. Off the glove of Harris. So we'll see if they call that a base hit for Hohertz.
A couple of tough plays for Harris out at second base, coming off the bat of Hohertz. One real softly hit ground ball. That one, the exact opposite, gets on him rather quickly and takes a tough bounce right at the end, kicking off the heel of his glove into right field.
And they did, in fact, call that a base hit for Hohertz. So 2 for 2 on the day for the first baseman. And Williams lines that one foul. So a couple hard hit balls here in the top of the 5th. Between 2 SCAC opponents elsewhere in the SCAC today. Centenary up 4-3 over Southwestern in the 5th. St. Thomas up 2-1 over Austin College. And Texas Lutheran tied with University of Dallas 4-4 in the 8th. Trinity and Texas Lutheran now, the two unbeaten teams in the SCAC. Tigers 7-0, Bulldogs 6-0. We'll see them at the end of this month. The 1-2 pitch to Williams. High for a ball. Williams awaits the 2-2 pitch and hits him. So the third hit batter for the Mountaineers. Umpire making sure to hit Williams and not the bat. But he does say he can take first base. We'll take a look at that. But 2 men on to start the inning. Mountaineers looking to get something going, down 9. And it looks like that ball hit Williams in the elbow guard that he has on. Or not, actually. Hits him in the wrist.
Yeah, it looks like it got that back wrist as he turned to start his swing right there.
Either way, that's 2 men on for the Mountaineers. Dylan Hooper at the plate. And he lines that one into left field for a base hit. A real hard hit ball, so not enough time for Hohertz to come around and score. But bases loaded for the Mountaineers here in the top of the 5th. 2 base hits and a hit batter. McGann facing some trouble here. That brings up Aiden Warren. Warren 1 for 2 on the day. Got a bunt base hit in his first at-bat. Sees that one high for a ball.
But understandable that the Mountaineers are having some success here in the top of the 5th. McGann up, approaching that 80 pitch mark, likely tiring in this South Texas heat, combined with the fact that these Mountaineer hitters are up at the plate for their third go-around. Be interesting to see how the rest of this inning plays out as the Mountaineers have the bases loaded here with nobody out.
Warren has a 1-1 count, and that one's inside, nearly hitting him again.
Seen Warren flash his speed a little bit today with that bunt that he laid down in his first at-bat of the game, but despite that, it feels like it's time for some timely defense from Trinity, perhaps a double play ball, because I'm certain that they'll be willing to trade a run for 2 outs in this situation.
Absolutely, up 9. Just got to get more and more outs, get closer to the end of the game, have another one following this one, scheduled for 4 p.m. So both teams trying to conserve pitchers. Warren has a 2-2 count. Dripping Springs native looks to knock a couple on, and he's hit. So 4 hit batters. McGann hitting 4 Mountaineers today. This one brings in a run. Hohertz comes across to score, and the bases will remain loaded. Down 11-3 ball game, and a visit to the mound. There is some action in the Tigers bullpen, so we'll see if this is it for McGann. Two base hits in the inning, 2 hit batters.
Yeah, an interesting discussion going on right here, I'm sure, as McGann's eclipsed that 80 pitch mark, but after what we saw out of the Tigers bullpen last night, not an incredibly impressive performance from the staff coming in, working with some traffic on the bases. I'm sure Coach Dave Smith would prefer for McGann to continue right here, hopefully get at least 1 or 2 outs before a move is made.
So it looks like McGann will be trusted to stay on the mound here with the bases loaded. There is action in the Tigers bullpen, but we'll have to wait to see anyone new. Catcher Ryan Regal at the plate, trying to bring the Mountaineers even closer. Bases loaded, nobody out. That first pitch in there for a strike. Ryan Regal, the senior catcher out of Liberty Hill. He skies that one towards the right side. Might be a tough play for Schaub, and he's unable to come up with that one. A bright sky today in San Antonio. Tough to see, and Brian Schaub with a tough angle.
Yeah, certainly a tough play. Wind has been a factor in this one, and it looked like it might have come into play right here as Schaub was tracking it the entire time. It just continued to fade away from him into foul territory right there.
So now an 0-2 count for the catcher. Regal says his favorite athlete is Buster Posey, looking to hit like him today. Here with the bases loaded, fouls that one back. Just one run batted in for Regal on the year. He can double that here with a base hit, but fouls another one back. So fighting off some tough pitches from McGann.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that McGann has done really well in this game to this point. When he's gotten ahead, he's stayed in and around the zone, forced hitters to swing the bat.
Another 0-2 pitch. This one is high for a ball. So Regal making McGann work here. The 1-2 swung on and missed. So a tough battle there with Regal ends in the favor of McGann. Another strikeout for the redshirt first year on the mound.
Yeah, we saw that breaking ball again from McGann. Way ahead in the count, forces Regal to pick the bat up off his shoulder and swing at a pitch that I'm sure he'd prefer he wouldn't have to.
Now the shortstop, Jet Muniz, swings at the first pitch. Muniz 0 for 2. And the Mountaineers really hoping to get these runs across. They've already stranded 7 men on base. They have 7 hits compared to Trinity's 10. But the disparity in the run column, because the Mountaineers unable to come up with the clutch hit. But Muniz looking to change that here. A 1-1 count. And he looks at that one in the dirt.
Yeah, and you're right, Brian. Especially important for Muniz to come through here, considering the fact that he is hitting in the 9 hole. If he can find a way to get onto base, drive at least 1 run in, he'll bring the top of the order to the plate with less than 2 outs.
Instead, he chops that one, and Baker unable to get it. So what looked to be a double play to possibly get out of the inning turns into an error, and a run comes in to score. So the 9-hitter Muniz putting the ball in play. A tough hop there for Baker. And now the bases remain loaded. Another run comes across, and the top of the order for the Mountaineers, Aaron Rosillo, looking to bring the Mountaineers even closer. Sees that first pitch low for a ball. Starting to get a similar sense to last night's game where the Tigers led 8-1, but the Mountaineers just scratched their way back. Just lost by 2 runs, down 7 once again here. Rosillo fouls that one back. Recio with the 1-1 count. McGann at 96 pitches on the day. And the 97th one is inside for a ball. McGann pleading for the called third strike, but not getting it. Now the 2-1. That one's high. A big opportunity here for Schreiner to get right back in this game. Recio ready for the 3-1. And he grounds that one into left field for a base hit. 1 run comes across to score, and there is number 2. So a 2 RBI single for Aaron Recio. And the Mountaineers are down 5 with the heart of their order coming to bat.
Yeah, and a great piece of hitting by Recio right there. Came into that at-bat. Came into this game having gone 0 for 4 last night, so great job by the leadoff hitter to come through in a big spot that will force the hand of this Tiger staff as Coach Smith comes out, takes the ball from McGann.
Cade McGann exits after 4 1/3 innings pitched, gave up 8 hits and 6 earned runs so far. Still 2 on base that could go on his record. We'll be back after the new Tiger pitcher gets some warm-up pitches and tries to get out of this jam. Chance Goins at the plate, looking to do some more damage for the Mountaineers. Already 5 runs have scored in this inning. 4 runs have scored in this inning, looking to make it 5 or more. Mountaineers down just 5 after trailing by as many as 9. Pettit unable to get that one, so the runners move over to third and second. Looked like Pettit had it, but then it went just beneath his glove. So Muniz and Recio able to move over. 2 more runners in scoring position for the Mountaineers' second hole hitter.
Yeah, and certainly a dangerous position for the Tigers here. Mackey enters this game inheriting those 2 runners on second and third. It's a spot that the Tigers struggled with a bit last night. Arms coming in out of the bullpen, but Goins skies this one down the right field line, just out of reach of Shaw. We've seen a couple of balls fall down that right field line.
And on that angle, we got to see some of the Tigers' substitutions defensively. At second base, we have Brett Jones. In right field, now we have Jack Peterson. Nathan Brolick came in at left field. Colt Harris moving over from second to third. So a lot of shifting defensively for the Tigers, getting a lot of young players in there. Matthew Mackey on the mound. A first year himself looking to get out of this situation. Throws that one outside for a ball, so a 3-1 count for Goins. Goins grounds that one to third. Harris has it and throws high over Schaub. Unable to get that one, and that'll bring in 2 runs for the Mountaineers, and they are right back in this game, trailing 11-8. 6 runs have come across the score here as we see a chopper. Harris just moved over there from second, and just a rushed throw. Schaub not able to come up with it. And an immediate visit and an immediate pulling of Mackey. So the Tigers running into all sorts of trouble. And they'll bring in a new pitcher. We'll take a look at all that's gone on after this quick break. Joseph Chavana, the new pitcher on the mound for Trinity. He comes into an 11-8 ball game. 6 runs in for the Mountaineers here in the top of the 5th. And they're not done yet, just 1 out. Runner on first base for Josh Gilliam, who earlier today got his 200th hit on the year. Chavana checking on the runner at first. Gilliam with his 200th career hit in his 5th year at Schreiner, tying the school record. So the next base hit he gets will break the school record for base hits, looking to get it here as the Mountaineers have battled back from down 11-2. Now all of a sudden have the tying run on deck. And Gilliam swings through that one.
really great pitch by Shavana right there. Comes into this one as the second leading Tiger in terms of innings pitched. Has 18 2/3 on the year, boasting a 3.86 ERA, and looking to end the top of the fifth here.
He gets a called strike there on the outside corner. So ahead 1-2 on the Mountaineer hit leader. And that one in the dirt. We saw Chavana start against Austin College last weekend. Coming in from the bullpen today. Has a 2-2 count. And Gilliam lines that one, but that'll drop in foul. Chavana checking once again on the runner over there, Goins. Goins reaching on the throwing error by Harris, allowing 2 runs to score. And Gilliam swings through that one in the dirt for the third strike. So Chavana coming in from the bullpen, getting the 3-hole hitter Gilliam to swing and miss.
Yeah, really great job by Shavana right there. You mentioned that throwing error by Harris at third base. We saw the replay of that one a little earlier in this inning. It just appeared that Harris never got his feet under him on that play. I think that's been the issue so far this inning, has been the defense. A lot of young guys out there for Trinity right now. They just need to slow this game down, understand that they have time to make these plays.
And Hohertz grounds that one to first base, but Brian Shaw right there to collect the out. So a good job by Chavana to come in here in the top of the 5th inning. Trinity now up by just 3 runs. They'll come to bat in the bottom of the 5th inning with the Mountaineers right back in this one. We'll see what they can do at the plate after this quick break. Welcome back to San Antonio. We have a much closer game if you took a quick break and are tuning back in. The Tigers up by 3, 11-8 after the Mountaineers played 6 runs in the top half of the inning. Isaiah Hernandez now tasked with keeping the score right there. His first pitch of the inning, low and away to Jack Baker, 1 for 1 on the day, has driven in a couple of runs with a walk and a base hit.
Yeah, and we've seen the Tigers score in each inning so far today. They'll look to respond by that big explosion of runs from the Mountaineers, try and turn the momentum back in their favor in this one.
Baker leads off the inning with a ground ball to Muniz. He gets that over to Hohertz for the easy out to start the 5th. So for Hernandez, just what you want to see. As suddenly your team's back in the game. Hernandez came into an 11-2 ball game, and managed to get out of the 5th inning, left 2 men on in scoring position, and he's been rewarded now with 6 runs. He'll have to get Ezra Gore out now, who's 2 for 3 on the day. He swings at the first pitch and sends that to center field. Riccio there with plenty of time and able to block the sun out and catch that one. So 2 quick outs here for Hernandez. Gore came in with 3 runs batted in off a triple and a single, but retired quickly. And now the cleanup hitter, Brian Schaub,
and as you mentioned, Brian, 2 quick outs here for Trinity, and that's exactly what this Tiger batting order wanted to avoid in the bottom of the 5th. The last thing you want to do is swing the bats, having it result in a 3-up, 3-down inning for the Mountaineers, allowing them to get back out there, because if they can do so here, they'll certainly carry that momentum back to the plate.
And Schaub skies that one way up in the infield. Does anybody see it? The second baseman does. Goins able to come up with that one. So a 1-2-3 inning for the Mountaineers. Just what the doctor ordered from Kerrville. And they will come right back to bat. Down just 3 and looking to get back. Tying this game up or taking the lead. We'll be right back. You see the upcoming schedule for the Tigers right there on your screen before we come back to action. Headed to Concordia for a midweek game and the University of Dallas for another conference series. But first things first, they have to take care of Schreiner here at home. And the Mountaineers find themselves down just 3. In the top of the 6th inning, Jeffrey Williams leading off. Joseph Chavana on the mound now. He came in last inning and got 2 big outs to get out of the explosive 5th inning for the Mountaineers. They scored 6 runs. That one's in there for a strike. A 1-2 count on Williams. Mountaineers not willing to lay down no matter the score. Williams pops this one way up there again. Couple really high pop-ups today. That one out of play. Williams will head back to the batter's box. Chavana now the 1-2 again to Williams. That one's outside. Up in Dallas today, Texas Lutheran has taken the lead over Dallas 5-4 in the 10th inning, so some extra baseball there. Chavana's 2-2. Just low, bringing the count full. In Sherman, Texas, Austin College down 6-5 to St. Thomas, and Centenary looking to avenge their loss last night, up 4-3 over Southwestern. And Williams on base with a walk.
Yeah, a great at-bat there by Williams. Fell behind early on in it, but was able to battle back, draw a walk, get a leadoff base runner for this Mountaineer lineup. That's exactly what they need right now, trying to keep this momentum going and get back even closer. Only down 3 runs here in the top of the 6th.
And now you have Hooper at the plate. Hooper, a tough day on the mound, started today's game, gave up 8 runs, but a big part of the offense today, 2 for 3, has driven in a run as well. So putting behind his tough performance on the mound and helping his team at the plate looks to bring them even closer here. He fouls that one back. Eight hits on the day for the Mountaineers. They've also drawn 3 walks and have been hit 4 times. So those are the base runners for the Mountaineers. Home plate umpire says Hooper went around on that one. Those 8 runs on the board for the Mountaineers could be even more. They've left 8 men on base. Trinity have left just 5. So plenty of opportunities, and the way it's looking, bound to get plenty more. We're just in the 6th inning. That one in the dirt. Pettit able to stop it.
Chavana jumping ahead in this count. 1-2 again, much like the first at-bat of the inning. Hooper will certainly look to draw back even here, now 2-2, and look to find his way on.
2-2 to Hooper. Called third strike on the outside corner. Chavana able to get him looking.
Yeah, really great pitch by Chavana right there. Takes advantage of the outside part of the plate that's been called a strike pretty consistently, and this one had Hooper frozen in the batter's box right there. Great job to get the first out of this inning.
Now Aiden Warren back at the plate. Warren has been on base a couple times with a base hit and was also hit by a pitch in the last inning. He's come around to score twice for the Mountaineers. That one in the dirt. Will be interesting to see if the Mountaineers have anything going here. Warren, speedy batter, already got down a bunt for a base hit, leads the team in stolen bases. Williams on first also has a stolen base on the year. And that one's a ball, 2-0. The 2-0 from Chavana low. So a 3-0 count to the first-year Warren, looking to get on base and bring the tying run to the plate. Pettit looking for it right there in the middle of the plate, and he gets it. So a 3-1 count now for Warren.
Good job by Chavana right there to get a pitch over in the strike zone, allow him to continue to fight in this at-bat, make Warren put something in play rather than just have an easy walk.
And Warren does put it in play and does get it into the outfield. The throw not in time as the runner Williams froze a bit to see what would happen with the ball in play. But at the end of it, Warren ends up at first. You see this line drive, and the newly inserted second baseman Brett Jones unable to get it.
Yeah, tough play for Jones right there. Certainly playing a little bit more up the middle with the double play ball in order here on the top of the 6th, but that one hit right where he would have been normally.
And now Regal at the plate, but a passed ball for Pettit, and 2 runners in scoring position now for the catcher. Williams on to third Williams started this inning with a walk and now in scoring position, as is Warren at second base, and a base hit. Could score both of them. That one's in there for a strike. Regal 0 for 2 on the day, but looking to get a hit when it counts the most. With runners in scoring position, Pettit able to stop that one in the dirt, so quite a few pitches in the dirt from Shavana. Now has to be careful with the runner on third. If anything gets past Pettit, that'll be another run for the Mountaineers.
Yeah, and Pettit's worked really hard back there today. Interesting to see what kind of toll that will take on him.
And Regal lines that one into right field. Looks like Peterson is there to get it. The runner will tag and score. So a productive out for the catcher brings the Mountaineers even closer, down just 2 here in the 6th. A nice piece of hitting taking that the other way. And that's Scott Peterson there in right field in for Rafe Chomet. Makes the play but unable to get the runner. Williams scoring. So a 9th run for Schreiner. And now the number 9 hitter, Jet Muniz, at the plate. Warren still out there at second. And with his speed, a base hit will likely score him. First pitch to Muniz outside. Pettit thought that might have been a strike.
Bit of a surprise not to see Warren trying to advance on that sacrifice fly to right field for the Mountaineers right there. With his speed that he showed in that first at-bat of the game. Being on third right here is valuable with 2 outs because a pass ball could very easily bring him in, and that's definitely not out of the question considering what we've seen from this Tiger pitching staff the last couple days.
A good call right there. Warren remaining on second on that sacrifice fly. We'll see if it costs him. Muniz 2-0 count. Lines that one foul. A good cut on that one. Up and in. Might have been outside the strike zone. Still got a good swing at it. But now down 2-1. He's 0 for 3 on the day. Sees that one outside. Now a 3-1 count in favor of Muniz. Top of the lineup waiting right behind him. Muniz representing the tying run. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. Chavana looks back at the runner and delivers. Muniz lines that one into left field, down for a base hit. The runner, Warren, going to come in to score easily. And the Mountaineers are all the way back in this one, down just 1 run. And the top of their lineup coming to the plate. So what a fight from Schreiner in the double-digit run column now. And down just 1.
Yeah, a really great piece of hitting by Muniz right there. A couple of things happening in this one that I don't think we've seen at other times for the Mountaineers this weekend. One, they've done really great job putting the ball in play today, especially with 2 outs. It's something that we've seen Trinity do really well. They scored 7 runs earlier in this one with 2 outs. The Mountaineers able to get 1 right there with 2 down in this inning, but also a lot more production from the bottom half of this order, being able to flip it to the top of the order right here for Rocio, hoping to keep this rally going and maybe not the game here in the top of the 6th.
And for Schreiner's offense, an explosion here, just their 3rd time scoring more than 10 runs. Rocio grounds that one past the third baseman Harris, unable to get that one. And the Mountaineers are not done yet. Schreiner scoring 11 runs in a loss to McMurray earlier in the year. Also scored 10 runs against Southwest. But other than those 2 instances, have not scored double-digit runs. But here, against the Tiger pitching staff, they are putting the barrel to the ball. 11 hits, 10 runs scored.
Yeah, Brian, and something that you talked a lot about yesterday was the fact that Schreiner's record is a bit deceiving, having lost quite a few games this season by 3 or fewer runs.
Yeah, last night with their comeback, they made it a 2-run game, making that their 9th loss by fewer than 3 runs, so that 8-19 record, certainly not indicative of their talent. They also have 4 losses by just 1 run, including 3 losses that were all by 1 run to Centenary College, who I mentioned earlier had been undefeated before losing last night to Southwestern. So a Schreiner team that has not been able to pull out many victories this year, but fights and battles and claws their way back into games here, down 9 as recently as a couple of innings ago, and now down just 1, have the tying run in scoring position. James Natoli into the game. And Luke, what does James have to do to keep the Tigers ahead here?
Well, at this point, I really think Natoli's going to need a strikeout to get out of this inning. He's a big lefty, throws it hard, but also has good off-speed stuff as well. We've seen Schreiner get back into this game earlier because of some errors that were made in the field by the Tiger defense. But now it seems that because of those errors, these Schreiner hitters have a lot more confidence at the plate, have been able to find their way on by poking the ball through some holes in this defense. And now it seems like this staff's going to need some swing and miss stuff to get out of this inning.
Natoli coming in here with 2 runners on, someone who's not typically used from the bullpen, often a starter. He started Game 2 of last week's doubleheader against Austin College and threw 2 innings, allowing 1 earned run, 2 unearned runs. But he'll have his work cut out for him here as the Tigers look to keep their lead intact. For the Mountaineers, it'll be Chance Goins coming to the plate. Their number 2 hitter, someone who hit a home run in last night's game. Today, though, is 0 for 4. And Natoli looks to be done warming up, and we'll be back right here. Quite a turn of events here in San Antonio, but you just never know between 2 conference opponents like Schreiner and Trinity what could happen. Hope you didn't tune out when the Tigers were up by 9, as this game's gotten real good here in the top of the 6th. Goins up at the plate with runners on first and second, 2 outs. James Natoli on the mound. His first pitch in there for a strike.
Yeah, great job by Natoli to work ahead in the count right here as soon as he enters the game. That's going to allow him to throw some more of those secondary pitches, hopefully strike out Goins to end the top of the 6th.
Goins looking to put the ball into play. Looks at that one outside. Natoli, the 4th pitcher used by Trinity. Cade McGann starting, then Mackey in for just a batter, and Chavana, who just exited in this inning. Natoli throws that one high and away.
Those last 2 pitches look to be a couple of change-ups that Natoli's struggling with his release point on. Looks like his arm is falling behind just a little bit, and that's what's causing him to miss a couple of pitches arm side.
And he misses there again. So falls behind 3-1 to Goins. And a perfect opportunity for the second baseman to tie this game up. He'll await the 3-1 pitch from Natoli here. And he looks at that one outside. So 4 consecutive balls after Natoli starts him out with a strike. And the bases are loaded for Schreiner. And just the man they want up. Josh Gilliam, who has struggled in this series a little bit. 1 for 4 today, hitless yesterday, but you see hitting .404 on the year. Looking for a big milestone hit here and also trying to put his team ahead. First pitch from Natoli is lined into left field by Gilliam. 1 run is in. The second one now across as well. And Schreiner has battled all the way back from down 9, 11-2, and they are now up 12-11. And for Gilliam, that hit here into left field, a historic one for him and his university. He's now the all-time hit leader for the Schreiner Mountaineers, and it could not have come at a more important time, as the Mountaineers now up over the top-ranked Trinity Tigers, 12-11. And the threat is not over yet. The cleanup hitter, Reese Hohertz, flipped around hitting right-handed for the first time this series. He's still got 2 runners on. He's tied for third in the conference in runs batted in. He's got another opportunity to bring some more here. Already 2 hits on the day. That first pitch from Natoli outside. Just stunning to see Schreiner on top now. 12-11. Natoli with the 1-0, keeping an eye on the runner Goins. Hohertz swings and misses on that one.
Yeah, good pitch by Natoli there. Hohertz entirely expecting to see a pitch over the middle of the plate. That one had some good action and ended up wiping out at his back foot.
Natoli keeping an eye on Goins at second. And that pitch to Hohertz inside for a ball.
On that first strike of the at-bat, Hohertz may be a little bit anxious up there. Definitely wanting to continue this rally for his team. Swinging at a pitch that was well out of the zone.
And Hohertz fouls that one back. So Natoli back in this count 2-2. Looking to get out of this inning desperately, get the Tigers back up at the plate. 4 runs across in the top of the 6th for Schreiner. 6 in the 5th. That's 10 total runs in just 2 innings, putting the Mountaineers on top for the first time today. Hohertz stares at that one outside. Now the count will be full. Runners going. All sorts of trouble for Trinity here.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you're Natoli right here, you definitely just need a pitch in the zone. You have a switch hitter up there who perhaps a little uncomfortable on this side of the plate as we see him hitting from the right side for the first time.
And he fouls that one back. Looked to be a close pitch on 3-2. Didn't want to let the umpire decide. Able to foul it back. So he stays alive for another 3-2 pitch. Goins on second. Gilliam on first for Schreiner. Hohertz at the plate. And he swings and hits it to third base. Harris with the throw over to Schaub. And the Tigers are able to end the 6th inning. But the Schreiner Mountaineers are on top for the first time. 12-11 here in San Antonio. Quite the development. We hope you'll stay with us after the break as the Tigers look to get something going offensively. Isaiah Hernandez back on the mound for the Mountaineers, but with a much different scoreboard. The Mountaineers now on top, leading the top-ranked Trinity Tigers in their home stadium. That first pitch of the inning, a called strike. First at bat for first-year Brett Jones. He came in, is playing second base now, as second baseman Colt Harris moved on over to third. So Jack Wisniewski no longer in the game. A 1-1 count to Jones. Now 2-1.
Yeah, Brian, and here in the bottom of the sixth inning, we'll watch Trinity play from behind. It's something that we've seen them do at times this year. A bit odd that we see them trail in this one as Jones sends that one into center field, but an incredible diving catch by Recio, his third robbed hit of the weekend. Great play from the center fielder for the Mountaineers as the Tigers look to get something going to start the bottom of the sixth, but he squashes their hopes right here as we see a replay. Coming straight in on this one, the wind blowing in, trying to get that ball down, but he's not having it and makes an incredible catch for the first out of this inning. But as I was saying, we've seen this Tiger lineup try and battle back from some small deficits. A bit odd to see them down 12-11, but this is a little bit of a different scenario as we've seen a lot of substitutions for this Trinity lineup, and it's going to be the younger guys that are going to have to make up this difference.
Now Evan McDonald at the plate. He came in for Michael Goodrich. Grounded out in his first at-bat of the game. And Recio there in center made 2 web gems last night, both of them going back towards the wall. So now this one coming in and diving. Just all sorts of versatility shown by the center fielder, robbing Trinity of a leadoff hit. And if that one gets past him, that one's rolling on forever. But instead, 1 out, nobody on. McDonald at the plate with a 1-2 count. That one's low and away.
And you mentioned those 2 web gems that Recio made last night in center field. He got a great defensive performance last night, but struggled at the plate a little bit, going 0 for 4. But in this one, he's done it all, going 3 for 3, driving in 3 runs, had a double earlier in the game, and now that spectacular defensive play.
The pitch to McDonald lined right back up the middle for a base hit. So another one sent right back up the middle in this inning. Recio can't get that one. And McDonald's on with a base hit.
Yeah, and a great at-bat there by McDonald. Fell behind 0-2 early on. Certainly a bit frustrated after he grounded out on the first pitch of his first at-bat of the game, but sends that one right back where it came from, and the Tigers will look to get something going only with 1 out and a runner on first here in the bottom of the sixth.
And another Tiger who will have his first at-bat of the day. First-year Jack Peterson out of Round Rock. He came in, now is playing right field. And this is just his 5th career plate appearance. Struck out 4 times in 4 at-bats against Southwestern all the way back in February. But now making an appearance here in a big conference matchup with the Tigers now down 1. He swings through that one, but the runner McDonald going, and he is in there safely with the stolen base.
Yeah, and a great jump by McDonald right there. Would have taken a really great throw to gun him out at second base, but now with only 1 out in this bottom of the sixth, the Tigers have a runner in scoring position.
For McDonald, his first stolen base on the year. He did have 3 last year in the shortened season. Peterson swinging through that one. So a 1-2 count as he tries to tie this game right back up. And Peterson does put the ball in play and sends it back up the middle. McDonald will come around to score. And just like that, the Tigers have tied it back up. Peterson with his first career hit, his first career RBI, and the Tigers tie it up at 12.
Yeah, and some timely situational hitting on both sides of this one. Coming out of both dugouts, a couple of milestones for either side. Peterson here getting his first collegiate hit, and it ties this one up at 12 in the bottom of the sixth. McDonald fired up, lets the first year know how big that hit was right there.
You mentioned a couple milestones for Schreiner. Josh Gilliam with his 201st career hit, becoming the all-time hit leader for Schreiner. But right here, Peterson, who's now off and running and is caught out stealing, trying to get his first stolen base, just got his first career hit, so quite the contrast of hit number 1 and hit number 201, but both equally important in this game. But now the bases are cleared. Tyler Pettit at the plate with 2 outs, nobody on, and we are back at square one, 12-12. The 1-1 from Hernandez, way outside. Pettit, one of the few starters still in this game. He's 2 for 3 on the day. He doubled earlier, scored a run. Now has a 3-1 count after that ball, low and away. Pettit hitting .339 on the year and has done a good job behind the plate in this long game already. Not an easy task. He fouls that one off. Pettit, the transfer from the University of the Incarnate Word, just across the street. Now here at Trinity, playing Division III baseball. Has a 3-2 count and draws a walk. Flips his bat and walks defiantly onto first. Trying to get a 2-out rally going are the Tigers.
And a good job by Pettit there, getting on base, accepting the walk. Obviously wants to do everything he can to get his team in a position to win this one. Certainly would like to put the ball in play and get a hit, but he'll take the walk there.
And now Harris swings at the first pitch and sends it out to Recio, who has a much easier play than the first one of this inning, and he records the 3rd out there. But the Tigers strike back and tie this game up at 12. We're headed to the top of the 7th inning. We've got a real good one here in San Antonio, and we'll be right back after the break. You get a good look there at quite the box score in today's game. 12 runs and 12 hits for both Schreiner and Trinity. We're back here for the top of the 7th inning. Jeffrey Williams leading things off for the Mountaineers. Takes a first pitch ball outside. James Natoli on the mound for the Tigers. He came in last inning in relief of Joseph Chavana, as he throws that one outside for ball 2. Natoli did give up 2 runs that went towards Chavana's line. So Chavana finished with an inning and a third, 4 earned runs, as that one is a ball. 3 balls and no strikes seem to be right there, and Pettit kind of framed it there, trying to get that call, but nothing doing there. So 3-0 for Williams to start the 7th. And now 3-1 as that one is in there for a strike. Williams 0 for 2 on the day. And now we'll face a full count.
Yeah, 3 really competitive pitches from Natoli right there. Certainly wanted that 2-0 pitch to go his way. Looked like it was borderline at the top of the zone, but he'll take a full count here.
And that full count delivery is fouled back. Williams might be 0 for 2, but he has come across the score 2 times. Was hit by a pitch. Now trying to get on in any way he can, and he will with a walk. So a second walk given up by Natoli, and this one of the leadoff variety. And once again, Schreiner will have the opportunity to bring some runs home. Williams with 1 stolen base on the year. Devin Hooper at the plate, 2 for 4. If you were with us at the very beginning of this game, which seems like forever ago, he actually started on the mound for Schreiner, and now he's lining that one down the left field line. That is a fair ball. Williams on his way to third. He's in there safely. And Hooper with a stand-up double. His 3rd hit of the game. And the Mountaineers have something going here in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Brian. Not the start to this inning that Natoli wanted. Walking the leadoff batter. Giving up a base hit that's right down the left field line there. And Coach Dave Smith will make the stroll on out to the mound. And we'll see if a move will be made here for the Tigers.
It does look like we'll be seeing the 5th pitcher for the Tigers on this afternoon, and we are still in Game 1 of the doubleheader. We'll be right back after this quick break. Mountaineers trying to get back on top. A new pitcher once again for the Tigers. And Warren swings at his first pitch. Warren trying to drive in a couple of runs here. But Brandon Hance will try to stop the bleeding here. As that delivery's in the dirt, but stopped by Pettit.
Hance is coming into this game having thrown 3 2/3 on the year, but perhaps a bit of a different approach from the Tigers. As you see, Hance has a little bit of an unorthodox delivery to the plate. His arm dropping down, a little bit of a sidearm submarine action from the big righty. Interesting to consider if this is a move to combat the fact that these Schreiner bats have really heated up today and in the late innings of last night's game. So throwing a little bit of a different arm action at them might have some success for the rest of tonight.
We'll have to see if Hance can recover from this 3-1 count. Warren has been at the center of the action for Schreiner, 2 for 3. Has also scored 3 runs. And he swings over that one, bringing the count full to 3-2. A big opportunity for Schreiner here. Runners on second and third. Nobody out in the top of the 7th. The bottom of their lineup trying to do some damage, starting with Warren, who looks at that perfect pitch in there for a called third strike. That one floating in there and buckling the knees of Warren, unable to swing at that one, and a big first out for Hance.
Yeah, great pitch right there from Hance, and I think the way you said it puts it perfectly, Brian. Kind of floated that one in there. An interesting arm action from Hance, paired with a great breaking ball right there, had the batter frozen at the plate.
Now Ryan Regal at the plate, drove in a run in his last at-bat on a sacrifice fly. Sees that first pitch for a ball. Regal 0 for 2, but has drawn a walk and drove in that run. At the time, bringing the Mountaineers within 1 run. And now, putting it in play, almost. That's just foul, beyond third base. And you might notice, at third base, we have MJ Metz now in the game. He did not start today's game. He's replacing, overall, Jack Wisniewski, who started at third. Colt Harris had moved over there. Colt Harris now back at second. But a 1-1 count for Hance and Regal. That one well outside. Pettit able to stop it. Regal ahead 2-1. Looking to put the ball in play, drive in the go-ahead run. Infield not in per se. Maybe the corner's in a little closer. But that one's in there for a strike. A 2-2 count. Hand struck out Warren, the last batter. Now looking to ring him up yet again. Escape this inning. And the 2-2 from him. Unable to get Regal swinging. So a 3-2 pitch coming up here from Hance.
Yeah, and a really tempting pitch on that last one from Hance. When he drops that arm down where he does, that release point is right on the inside part of the plate. So pretty much everything that's coming from Hance right now is going to look like a strike to begin with for the hitter. But a great job by Regal at the plate to lay off that last pitch and to force this one full.
And we'll see if Regal can take it the other way like he did for his sacrifice fly. But that one inside for ball 4. One of the first pitches we've seen that doesn't float from the inside to the outside. And Regal reaches base. So once again, the base is loaded for the Mountaineers. We've seen quite a few bases loaded opportunities throughout the day. And now a number 9 hitter, Jet Muniz, gets the opportunity to take the lead once again for the Mountaineers. Muniz 1 for 4 on the day. Sees that one in there for a strike.
A little bit of arm side action as that one cuts back towards the batter, but perhaps not the worst thing in the world for Hans to have lost Regal in that last at bat, setting up a double play ball that would help the Tigers get out of the inning here.
And Muniz sends that one to right field. Peterson comes in and gets it. The runner did not tag. They were on their way home. So a base running mistake there for the Mountaineers cost them a run, almost cost them the inning. A real nice play as Muniz lined it to right field. Looks like it could have gotten down for a base hit. But you see the runner there from third. Williams was almost already across the plate by the time Peterson caught the ball. He had to scramble back. And now 2 outs with the bases loaded. Aaron Rosillo 3 for 3 on the day. Looks to keep his perfect game going. He has 3 runs batted in. Has scored 2 runs himself. And Hans trying to get out of this inning. The 1-0. Rosillo swings over that one. A nice pitch to bring the count to 1-1.
Yeah, and after entering this game with runners on second and third, with nobody out, Hans has done a really good job keeping this one right where it is. Just an out away from getting the Tigers back up to hit at the plate, but he's going to have to go through the Mountaineers' hottest hitter in Rosillo to do so.
And the center fielder who's shined in the outfield and at the plate, looking for a big hit here in the 7th. The 2-1 pitch outside. And now a great count for him, 3-1. Hans has nowhere to put him. He'll look to drive the ball here, break the tie, and the 3-1 in there for a strike. Aaron on his way to first, trying to drive in that run, but not quite yet. So we have a full count, 3-2, 2 outs, bases loaded, a tie ball game. The top-ranked Tigers against the Schreiner Mountaineers, and Rosillo fouls that one towards the third baseline. We'll do it again.
Great battle right here. Neither side wanting to concede and give in. Rosillo making Hans throw more pitches, Hans willing to do so, and making them incredibly competitive ones.
So once again, the 3-2 pitch with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Rosillo called out on the third strike. Nearly got hit on that pitch. Instead, it's on the inside corner. Hans fired up to get out of this inning. We'll take a look at that third strike right here. A huge out for the Tigers. Umpire calls that third strike, and the Tigers will come to bat in the bottom of the 7th. It's time to stretch here in San Antonio, and when we're back, the Tigers will try to take the lead. We hope you took a nice break to stretch during the 7th inning. We are now back in the bottom of the 7th. We have a new pitcher for the Mountaineers, Daniel Garza. Pitched 2 scoreless innings last night. Looks to do the same here. Nathan Brolick at the plate for Trinity. This is his first at-bat of the day. He's now the leadoff hitter, instead of Rafe Chomet, who we're used to seeing at the top of the order. So we'll see if Brolick can get something going for the Tigers. That one's down and away, 1-1 count.
Brolick comes into this game after making an appearance in the series finale against Austin College last weekend. He was able to drive in a run in that one, but here he'll look to get on base to lead off the bottom of the 7th, hoping to help the Tigers take a lead right here.
And that pitch is outside for a ball. We have a good conference matchup here. Schreiner and Trinity tied at 12. Elsewhere around the conference, the University of Dallas giving Texas Lutheran their first loss of the year, winning 6-5 in 11 innings. As Brolick looks at that one high for a ball, 3-1 count. So Centenary falling for the first time last night to Southwestern. The Bulldogs of Texas Lutheran falling for the first time in conference to Dallas. Trinity now the only undefeated team in conference play. But Schreiner trying to change that as Brolick lines that one into left field for the leadoff base hit. So Brolick in his first at-bat of the afternoon gives the Tigers a leadoff hitter.
Yeah, really great at-bat by Brolick right there. Got ahead in at 3-1, and typically in that kind of scenario, you're going to see a guy get ready to tee off, but that's not what Brolick did there. He kept his head in, let the ball travel deep, and sent something through the opposite side of the infield. Great approach by the left-handed hitter.
Now Jack Baker at the plate, 1 for 2 on the day. He's driven in 2 runs and scored 2 runs as well, as he's walked twice, so causing all sorts of havoc on the base paths. And Brolick there at first base drawing a throw as well. The Tigers have stolen 4 bases today. Baker and Gore with 1 each. McDonald and Pettit as well. So we'll see if something's up here, and Baker trying to square around a bunt. Now with a tie game, wouldn't be surprised to see the runner going, this bunt be put down, some sort of hit and run, anything to get a run across.
Yeah, and we saw Ragel throw out the last potential base runner trying to take second, but it did take pretty much a perfect throw from the catcher to gun that runner down.
Baker squares around a bunt this time, gets it down. The second baseman Goins covers the bag, but Baker gets the job done. Moves Brolick over to second base. Now the Tigers will have a runner in scoring position for Ezra Gore. You can see there, Ezra Gore, 2 for 4 on the day. Those 3 RBIs that he has on the year all coming today. The first one on an RBI triple and 2 more on a bases loaded single. Looks to put the Tigers ahead in the bottom of the 7th. He's ahead 1-0 on Garza, who's looking back at Brolick at second. And Gore looks at that one high. So a 2-0 count for Ezra Gore. Garza ready for the 2-0. The wind swirling at home. And Gore puts that in play, but should be playable for the right fielder Williams, charging all the way in. And that's the second out of the inning. A good job there by Williams, taking charge of that one. We've seen a few pop-ups drop, both today and in the past couple games here at Trinity, so outfielder there, not letting that happen. Now it'll be up to Brian Schaub to bring home a run with 2 outs. He's 0 for 3 on the day. One of 2 Tiger starters without a hit today. Looking to change that here in the bottom of the 7th. That first pitch looped in there for a strike. Schaub not very happy about it, but Garza gets ahead of him 0-1. Schaub with 4 runs batted in yesterday.
That's been a pretty consistent spot from this umpire. Been giving these pitchers the outside part of the plate when throwing to right-handed hitters.
That one by Schaub bounced foul.
Schaub, obviously a pole hitter, as he takes that pitch again on the outside part of the plate and chops it foul down the third base foul line. He's going to have success with 2 outs here and now down 0-2 in the count. He's probably going to see some more pitches on that outside part of the plate, and he's probably going to have to send something through the right side of the infield.
And Schaub not likely to see very much close to the plate if Garza does his job. Now ahead 0-2 on Schaub. And first base open. We'll try to get him chasing on something. That one in the dirt.
But a very disciplined hitter up there in Schaub right now. He's going to make Garza work to get him out right here. More than likely forcing him to throw something at least right around the strike zone.
Brolick stands there off of second base trying to get a good lead. And Garza's pitch to Schaub is crushed out to left field, and that is way gone. And the Tigers have the lead off of Brian Schaub's 2-run home run in the bottom of the 7th, coming through in the clutch and letting the Tigers dugout know about it too. What a mammoth shot there.
Yeah, and coming around third, Schaub flexes his muscle right there as he goes up and bumps arms with Evan McDonald and Rafe Schremet as he ventures back to the dugout. We talked a little bit about it earlier in this game. That wind is blowing in from center field, but we said that if Schaub gets a pitch on the inner half, which he did here, he'd probably be able to turn on something and still send it over that left field wall, and that's exactly what he did right there. That ball, as you said, was way out of here.
Schaub shaking those trees out in left field. What a opportunity there. Missed for Garza, getting ahead of the cleanup hitter 0-2. We said he would likely try to stay away from the plate, but he was not able to do so, and Schaub just absolutely crushing that one. Giving the Tigers the lead right back. Now MJ Metz at the plate for the first time.
Yeah, Brian, as you mentioned, MJ stepping into the batter's box right here. Things don't get any easier for Garza, as we saw Metz homer in Tuesday night's action against the Crusaders out of Mary Hardin Baylor.
Garza now with the 1-1. That one's high to Metz. Schaub now with home runs in 2 consecutive games. That's 8 on the year, enough to lead the entire conference. Now the 2-1 to Metz is outside. Schaub not only leads the conference in home runs, but now in 8th place nationwide with those 8 home runs. That one is just high to MJ Metz, who draws a walk. So Garza, after 2 scoreless innings last night and 2 outs recorded here in the 7th, unable to keep the Tigers down for much longer.
And keeping this lineup is a really tall task for any pitcher that steps onto the mound. As we've talked about, 300 hitters scattered throughout this lineup, and although we've seen a bunch of substitutes in this game, task doesn't get any easier against these guys as Evan McDonald steps in, having transferred from Prairie View A&M University.
McDonald looks at that one in the dirt. McDonald singled in the last inning and also stole a base that then allowed him to score on Jack Peterson's base hit, tying the game at the time. Now he comes to bat with the lead, and he fouls that one towards right field. Not playable for Williams out there.
But still a good count here for McDonald, even at 1-1. We saw him fall behind in his last at-bat and still was able to come through with a single up the middle. Working ahead now at 2-1. He'll look to do a bit more here with Metz on first base and 2 outs. A ball in the gap is likely adding to the Tigers' lead.
And he has a 2-1 count now to try to do so. Garza trying to keep the Tigers right there and give his offense another chance. That one is outside. So an even better hitter's count here for McDonald. Metz at first base after drawing the walk himself. And that coming off of the 2-run home run by Brian Schaub that has given the Tigers the lead here in the bottom of the 7th. Garza's 3-1 to McDonald. Just high as well. So another walk delivered by Garza.
Yeah, and that was another 3-1 pitch. Earlier in this inning, we saw Brolick up with that same count. He singled through the left side. More patient hitting from the Tigers right there as McDonald sees a pitch right in his wheelhouse, maybe borderline top of the zone, one that I'm sure he wanted to swing at. But he'll certainly take the opportunity to let this inning continue and hand the baton off to another teammate.
Here's another pitching change for the Schreiner Mountaineers. We'll take a quick break and get back to the action in the bottom of the 7th. Another familiar face on the mound for the Mountaineers, Rain Euchre, in to try to get out of this situation. Runners on first and second with 2 outs for Jack Peterson. Peterson looks at that one for a strike. Peterson recorded his first career hit and RBI in his last at-bat, tying the game at 12. Now comes to the plate, up 2, trying to drive in some more runs for Trinity, and he lines that one foul towards left field.
Yeah, a bit of a half-hearted swing by Peterson right there. Now behind 0-2 in this count. He'll look to battle back, trying to put another ball in play, same way he did in his last at-bat, and bring another run home to extend this lead for the Tigers.
He'll have to do it on an 0-2 count. Euchre looking to get out of it, but Peterson swinging and missing on that one. It's in the dirt, forcing the throw from Regal, and it is on time. So the Tigers strand 2 runners, but the big hit of this inning, the 2-run home run from first baseman Brian Schaub. He crushed it to left field, giving the Tigers the lead 14-12, hitting to the top of the 8th inning. We'll be right back on the Tiger Network. Welcome back to San Antonio. We have a great game going on here on Trinity's campus. The top-ranked Trinity Tigers back ahead 14-12 over the Schreiner Mountaineers. Brandon Hance back on the mound. He throws that one in for a strike. Hance getting out of a bases-loaded jam in the last inning to keep the game tied, allowing his offense to come back and take the lead. That one outside for a ball. Hance now trying to go through the heart of the Mountaineers' order. Chance Goins at the plate, 0 for 4 on the day. And he sends that one to left field, but that's playable for Brolick out there in left. So, a big first out to start the inning here for Hance.
Yeah, great job by Hance. Having entered the game, inheriting runners on second and third in the last half inning he entered in. Stays hot right here. I'm sure he's just incredibly confident having squashed that opportunity for the Mountaineers. He'll look to get out of another inning here quickly.
It has to be a boost of confidence for Hance to come in and get out of that situation and then have his team get the lead for him in the next half inning, as the Tigers did. Now Gilliam grounds that one to shortstop. Baker gets it over to Schaub, who stretches and records the second out of the inning. A nice stretch there by Schaub, doing it offensively and defensively for the Tigers. And quickly, 2 outs for the Mountaineers here. That'll bring up the first baseman, Reese Hohertz. With 2 outs and nobody on, he's swinging at the first pitch, sending it foul towards the Tigers' bullpen and landing in it. Hohertz 2 for 4 on the day. Has flipped around a couple times, hitting left-handed and right-handed. Now back on the left side. Hance with the 0-1. That one's just outside. Hans looking for a 1-2-3 inning here in the 8th, and he just might get it on this one. Not quite, as that one's out of play beyond the Tigers' dugout. But now a 1-2 count for the pitcher Hans on the batter Hohertz. Hans is 1-2 in the dirt for a ball. And that one is skied out towards right field. The second baseman, Baker, out there actually in the shift. No, that is Harris out there. Gets the pop fly and records the out for the third out of the inning. And for the first time today, the Mountaineers go down in order. Tigers holding on to a 14-12 lead, and they look to add to that in the bottom of the 8th. Rain Euchre back on the mound for the Mountaineers after striking out Jack Peterson to end the 7th.
Lose a second consecutive game, dropping that series to Southwestern on the road this weekend.
And Schreiner trying to pull off the upset themselves here, but the Tigers not letting that happen as they have responded well to adversity and now lead 14-12 with Brolick at the plate. Brolick coming up key in this game in his one at-bat, getting on base and playing well out in left field as well. Now trying to get on with 2 outs, and he does as he's hit in the foot. Gets a runner on for the Tigers. Last time Brolick got on base, he came around to score on Schaub's 2-run home run. So a good sign for the Tigers to see him back on base as Rain Euchre looks to take his team to the top of the 9th down just 2. Jack Baker at the plate for Trinity. He looks at that breaking ball in there for a strike. Baker 1 for 2 on the day, has gotten on base 2 other times with base on balls. He awaits this pitch from Euchre, and that one's outside for a ball.
Looking like that one just missed low. Euchre has been really good in this appearance, looked good last night when he came into that game. Looking to finish this inning with his team trailing by just 2, giving them a chance in the top of the 9th.
Baker down 1-2 here to Euchre. Runner on first and 2 outs. Baker sends that one into shallow left field. Looks like the shortstop MOUNTAINEERS is out to get it. And that's the 3rd out of the inning. And so a clean first, bottom of the 8th for Euchre. And the Mountaineers look to tie things up in the top of the ninth, while the Tigers look to secure their 12th consecutive victory here at home. Welcome back to Trinity Baseball on the Tiger Network. Brandon Hans still on the mound for the Tigers. He's thrown 2 scoreless innings and 2 big scoreless innings in the 7th and 8th inning. Now looks to close it out here against Schreiner. Jeffrey Williams looks at strike 1. Hans coming in with a couple of runners on in the 7th, managing to get out of that jam. And now pitching with a lead. Williams lining that one foul. Hans just 1 career save back in 2018. Looking to get one here and gets Williams swinging on a 3rd strike.
Yeah, great pitch by Nance right there. Climbs the ladder. Really difficult pitch for the hitter to lay off, as that release point coming from so far down looks like that pitch is rising, and it's really hard to lay off of.
Now Devin Hooper at the plate. Hooper, an outstanding day at the plate. 3 for 5. Looks to keep the Mountaineers' hopes alive. 1 out, trying to get a runner on. Has the 0-1 count here and lays off of that one outside. So 1-1 count. And Hooper grounds that one foul. And actually, I correct myself on that save opportunity. Since Hans came in during a tied game and the Tigers then took the lead, this would be a win for Hans on the mound. Now the 1-2 pitch. Fouled back yet again.
Hans doing a really great job right here, continuing to attack the zone, making these Schreiner hitters pick up the bat and swing at a more unorthodox delivery from the big right-hander. Working rather quickly right now in the top of the 9th, knows that he's close to the finish line.
The 1-2 pitch from Hans, fouled off again. Swinging at one outside the zone, but just protecting with 2 strikes is Hooper. Hans with 3 strikeouts already today, looking for a 4th. He readies his 1-2. Pettit wants it high and gets it there, but it is just outside according to the home plate umpire. So a close one there, evening up the count at 2-2.
And not a bad pitch at all for Hans right there. Still in a very competitive spot as he throws another one in the zone. This one popped up on the right side of the infield. Harris there to record the 2nd out of the top of the 9th, and the Tigers, after a long one here in the first game of the doubleheader, are just 1 out away from the 2nd victory of this series.
Only thing standing in their way from that victory is Aiden Warren. First year, who's been everywhere today, scored 3 runs, got on base 3 times with 2 hits and a hit by pitch. Now looks at that first pitch in there for a strike. And that one gets him swinging. So he's down 0-2. Hans trying to close out this victory for the Tigers. Game 1 of the doubleheader. Reminder, we still have another one after this, so if you've enjoyed it, please stick around. We'll be here for Game 2 between these two teams. Hans with the 0-2 on Warren, and that's outside for a ball. Hans now with the 1-2, and that is fouled off towards right field and out of play. So Warren keeping the 9th inning going. Mountaineers need a base runner. Tigers looking to keep that from happening. And Hans' 1-2 pitch fouled off yet again. Warren battling here in the top of the 9th. No one on. 2 outs. The 1-2 swung on and missed. A strikeout ends the game for the Tigers, and that's another Tiger victory here at home in San Antonio. Their 12th consecutive victory, a hard-fought one here against the Schreiner Mountaineers. Quite the performance offensively for the Tigers, and late in the game, a great pitching performance by Hans to earn the victory.
Yeah, absolutely right, Brian. This was an interesting one. We saw the Tigers grab a big lead by 9 runs, and then we saw Schreiner bounce right back and take the lead in the later innings of this game. But overall, I'd have to say that I'm very impressed by the Tigers, very resilient in this one, specifically from the younger guys. We saw a lot of substitutions made when Trinity went up big in this one. Schreiner was able to fight back. Those younger guys for the Tigers made some errors, but they stuck with it. The fielding got better, the hitting got better, and Hans in out of the bullpen late in this game was absolutely electric, very impressive, having only thrown 3 2/3 on the year so far, almost doubles that total in this one, and was probably the brightest spot on the day for the Tigers.
And a remarkable job by the Tigers to respond to adversity. They were up 11-2 and saw that lead disappear. They were down 12-11, but were able to fight back and claim this victory. Brian Shaw with a big 2-run home run that proved to be the difference. Ezra Gore going 2 for 5 with 3 runs batted in, and production all over the Tigers lineup. Peterson with a run batted in, Wisniewski with 1, Goodrich with 1 as well, Meredith. So just up and down the lineup, the Tigers providing offense for their pitching staff that struggled at times today. But then, as you mentioned, Hans with 3 scoreless innings to wrap it up. We have another one coming for you. We'll get started at 5 p.m. So about 30 minutes from now, 5 p.m. start for Game 2 of the doubleheader. For Luke Terry, I'm Brian Jenselson, and we'll be right back with you for Game 2 of this doubleheader. Good afternoon, baseball fans. We are back here on the Tiger Network for Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Schreiner Mountaineers and the top-ranked Trinity Tigers. For the visiting Mountaineers, a very similar lineup to what we've seen so far. Leading off in center field, Aaron Rosillo. Pitching this time and batting second, Chance Goins. At third base, Josh Gilliam. Batting fourth, Reese Hohertz at first base. Batting fifth, the right fielder, Jeffrey Williams. Batting sixth in left field, Devin Hooper. Batting seventh at second base, Isaiah Hernandez. Catching this game, too, is Gerardo Cardozo. At second base, Isaiah Hernandez. Catching this game, too, is Gerardo Cardozo, batting eighth. And batting ninth, the shortstop, Jet Muniz. And for your Trinity Tigers, leading off, Rafe Chomet in right field. At second base in this game, too, Jack Baker. Batting third at shortstop, Jack Wisniewski. Batting cleanup, left fielder Brian Schaub. Back in the lineup for this game, too, first baseman Jack Vonderhaar. Mason Meredith hitting sixth at center field. Back behind the plate, catcher Tyler Pettit. Starting today, third baseman MJ Metz. And batting ninth, the designated hitter Michael Goodrich. And on the mound for your Trinity Tigers is Garrett Ayler. Luke, what can you tell us about Garrett?
Well, Brian, Garrett comes into this game after making an appearance in the SCAC series against St. Thomas University. He came into that one, was unable to record an out, walking three batters. He'll look to be in and around the strike zone early here today, especially after we saw the offensive explosion that we did in the first game of this doubleheader.
Explosion is a good word to describe what we saw. A 14-12 victory for the Tigers. Just a lot of offense on both sides. 13 hits for Schreiner, 14 hits for the Tigers, resulting in all those runs. Ayler will look to limit that here in the first, as his first pitch is just high for a ball. We are off and running with Game 2 of this doubleheader. Rosillo looks at that one in the dirt. He had a great Game 1, going 3 for 4 and driving in 3 runs on the way. Also was hit by a pitch twice, so on the base paths a lot was this leadoff hitter. Looks at that one. Looked to be right there for a strike, but instead a 3-0 count for Ayler. Trying to get one across the plate here. And that one's also low. So a 4-pitch walk to start Game 2. Rosillo heads on over to first base.
And Brian, as we mentioned in the open, Ayler struggled a little bit with his command in his last appearance, but not bad misses, very competitive misses right around the zone, especially those last 2 pitches. Some tough calls on breaking balls and fastballs that are just missing high and low.
Ayler now facing his counterpart, pitcher Chance Goins, and that one gets behind Pettit. Rosillo able to take advantage and take that extra base. So a runner in scoring position early here for the Mountaineers. Ayler has thrown 5 balls to start this game. The 1-0 from him. High for a ball, and Tyler Pettit out to the mound for a quick talk with his pitcher. This just the 5th appearance for Ayler with the Tigers. He's a transfer from the University of Richmond, along with his friend Brian Schaub. Schaub delivering the game-winning home run in Game 1. Now, the other Spider-turned-Tiger looking to complete the sweep of the Mountaineers.
Yeah, and Pettit ventured out to the mound right there with a little bit of a smile on his face. He knows Ayler is a really competitive pitcher as he pumps a strike pumps a fastball a bit low. Again, missing, just not getting that call at the bottom of the zone, but he's right there. Pettit understanding that Aylor is a really competitive pitcher, maybe putting a little bit of too much pressure on himself to start this game.
So a 3-0 count for Goins, and he's looking at that one in there for a strike. The first of the game for Garrett, trying to get on track here. Goins awaits the 3-1. Aylor keeping an eye on the runner at second. Recio and Goins takes time at the plate. Recio with one stolen base on the year. Has been caught once as well. This 3-1 pitch to Goins is outside. So 2 walks to start this game 2 of the doubleheader. Mountaineers getting a couple runners on, and that'll bring up their number 3 hitter, Josh Gilliam. If you joined us for game 1, you will know that Gilliam is now in first place all time for Schreiner University when it comes to base hits, 201 over his career. Quite an accomplishment for Gilliam. And now he has 2 runners on, nobody out in the top of the first. He looks at that one in there for a called strike.
Great job from Aylor right there. Get ahead of this third batter of the game. At this point, he just wants to pump balls into the strike zone and force these hitters to put the ball in play.
And that one's put into play, but MJ Metz unable to collect it. Bobbles it at third, and the bases will be loaded for the Mountaineers. So a chopper there from Gilliam.
Yeah, and Aylor induced exactly what he wanted right there. Got some soft contact from the 3-hole hitter. Metz just unable to come up with it. Tough break for the Tigers, and now in a bit of hot water to start this second game of a doubleheader.
We've got cleanup hitter Reese Hohertz at the plate, hitting right-handed today against the lefty Aylor. We've seen him at both sides of the plate. The switch hitter. Now with the bases loaded, 1-0 count, and he sends that one to the right side into right field. 1 run scores. The second held up at third base. But an RBI single for Hohertz, and the Mountaineers are right back on the board to start game 2. After scoring 12 runs in game 1, they're not wasting any time getting back on the board.
Yeah, you're right, Brian. And something that we saw in the first game of the doubleheader today was Schreiner and their hitters being able to hit the ball exactly where infielders normally would be positioned. But given the fact that a double play ball was in order there, Baker was playing a little bit up the middle, and that ball hit exactly where he would have been positioned normally.
Now Jeffrey Williams at the plate. He went 0 for 3 in game 1, but did get on base a couple times, and this time puts it into play. Metz gets it onto second for the out. So a nice recovery there for Metz to get the force out at second. In the meantime, a run does score for the Mountaineers. So 2 runs across the plate here in the top of the first. Mountaineers up 2-0.
Yeah, Brian, and those runs keep coming for the Mountaineers. But at this point, if you're Aylor on the mound, you'll take an out right there. You'll trade it for a run, knowing that just a little while ago, this offense was able to scratch 14 runs on the day, and it wouldn't be surprising if a similar output came in this one.
That one's in there for a strike to Hooper at the plate. I think you're absolutely right, Luke. This offense can put up runs in a hurry, so Aylor just has to get them to the plate. He'll try to do so here with runners on the corners. Just 1 out. Hooper at the plate in game 1 went 3 for 6, driving in 1 run. He also started game 1 on the mound, where he was less successful, gave up 8 earned runs. Looks at that one in the dirt for ball 2. Schreiner taking advantage of their versatile players who can pitch and hit. Got another pitcher on the mound in game 2 who has been seen at second base and in the lineup in Goins, who already scored in this inning. Hooper now with the 2-1 count. And that one's outside for ball 3. Haler looking to get out of this inning with a double play ball, while Hooper trying to extend the Mountaineers' early lead, and he puts it on the ground. That one is there to second, a little bobble there at second, and it's safe at first base. A real close call there by the first base umpire. A nice turn by Wisniewski at short. We look at a replay right here. Wisniewski gets it at short, turns it onto Baker.
Perhaps a little bit of trouble getting it out of his glove right there, but really a close play at first base. Perhaps a tie goes to the runner scenario there, but doesn't get much closer than that.
And you saw the little bobble there at second base by Baker. He started game 1 at shortstop, so maybe that different angle that he's coming into that double play ball with affecting him on that throw. So a third run comes across to score for the Mountaineers. Now 2 outs in the inning. A runner at first. Hooper with Isaiah Hernandez at the plate. That's a ball over his head. 2-1. Hernandez also has seen time on the mound in this game. Came in for relief in game 1. He swings over that one for a second strike. Haler's 25th pitch of the inning. The 2-2 swung on and fouled towards the Tigers' bullpen. Hernandez awaits the 2-2 once again. And he sends that back up the middle for a base hit. 2-strike hitting by Hernandez nets him a base hit and a second hit for the Mountaineers here in the first. And they extend this top half of the inning, bringing their 8th hitter to the plate, Cardoza, the catcher who we saw last night, had game 1 of today's doubleheader off and now back in the lineup. He looks at that first pitch from Haler for a strike. Cardoza going 0-for-4 in last night's game. Looking to come through with an early base hit here. Pettit gets that one from the dirt and unable to get the runner stealing third. A stolen base for Devin Hooper. Interesting decision here with 2 outs to send the runner, but working out for the Mountaineers here. So now runners at the corners for Cardoza, sees that one high and away. 2-1 count. The 2-1 to Cardoza. Swung on and sent back up towards center field. And a fantastic diving catch by Meredith once again with a remarkable play in center field, saving 1 run, maybe 2, as Cardoza lined it to the right center field gap. But Meredith right there to save the day for Haler. We'll take a look at this one. Meredith ranging all the way over from left center towards the other gap. And we'll see the replay right here. Thanks to the great work in the studio.
You'll see the flags on this play not blowing in as hard as they were earlier, but nonetheless incredibly difficult and impressive play out there by Meredith as he ranges all the way over to his left.
We'll see if that fantastic play from Meredith gets the Tigers going offensively. We'll take a quick break before the Tigers come up to bat in the first. Welcome back to the Tiger Network. After that remarkable catch by Mason Meredith, the Tigers are at the plate. Leading off is right fielder Rafe Chomet. He awaits the first pitch from Chance Goins. That is inside for a ball. Goins starting the first 2 games of the series at second base, hitting second and even hitting a home run in Game 1, now on the mound. And Ray fouls that one back. Luke, what can we expect from Goins here?
I'd expect another Mountaineer pitcher that's going to try and pound the strike zone. I think we've seen a ton of balls be put in play this weekend off the bat of the Tigers, and we see that same thing here as Chomet sends one over to the shortstop, and first out of the inning will be recorded right there. But I think that'll be the key for these Mountaineer pitchers. I think it would help them out a ton if they could get some strikeouts in this game and find a way to not rely on the defense as much. But nonetheless, I'd expect Goins to exist in and around the strike zone a ton in this one.
We will see how that works out for the second baseman turned pitcher in this one, as he faces second baseman Jack Baker, hitting second in the lineup once again. Baker going 1 for 3 in Game 1, driving in 2 runs, and sending that one out towards left center field. Should be playable for Rocio, and it is. So 2 quick outs recorded for Goins in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, and despite that pop-up from Baker right there, I think I've been really impressed with what I've seen from the first year on and during today's action. He's been incredibly patient at the plate and delivered some big hits, including driving in multiple runs in the first game of this doubleheader.
And now up to the plate, his counterpart in the middle of the infield, shortstop Jack Wisniewski, hitting .400 on the year. Will look to get something going with 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Looks at that one outside. Wisniewski looks at the 1-0, sends that one foul towards the third base side. Wisniewski starting at shortstop today in Game 2. Just earlier today we saw him at third, and last night we saw him at second base, so quite the versatility there, Luke.
Absolutely, and we saw him make a really great play on that ball hit to him at shortstop earlier, and now we see him send one in the right field gap, gets over the right fielder's head, bobbled out there, and Wisniewski will stride into second with a double here with 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning as the Tigers look to get on the board.
Great piece of hitting there from Wisniewski, waiting on that breaking ball and driving it over Williams' head there in right field off the wall. Able to collect it before Wisniewski gets over to third, but now a runner at second base with 2 outs for the man responsible for the Tigers' first victory today, Brian Schaub, homering in the bottom of the 7th inning, giving the Tigers the 14-12 lead, and now hit in the back on the first pitch he sees. So Schaub takes first base. That's the 10th time Schaub has been hit by a pitch this year. Coming into today, that was good enough for 12th in Division III baseball, so he'll be climbing the leaderboard, one that he likely does not like to be on.
I'd certainly agree with you there. Been hit by quite a few pitches this year. Combine that with 28 walks as well as 21 hits on the year, and he has an on-base percentage that's close to that 600 mark, which is just incredibly impressive this year, reaching base at a rate of 592.
And now Jack Vonderhaar at the plate. Vonderhaar not playing in Game 1, but back in there in the heart of the Tigers lineup, has an 1-0 count, and he swings through that one. Pretty remarkable that Vonderhaar did not play, and he's the leading RBI gatherer for the Tigers, has 30 on the year, and the Tigers still able to score 14 runs, so now you've got a big bat back in the lineup, can only help their cause, as that one's in there for a strike. Vonderhaar with 5 home runs on the year to go along with those 30 runs batted in. Has 2 men on right here. Faces a 1-2 count from Goins with 2 outs. Looks to start chipping away at the Mountaineers' lead. The 1-2 from Goins is fouled towards their dugout.
Good job by Vonderhaar right there. Pulls his hands through and gets the barrel on the baseball to fight in this at-bat and stay alive after he saw a similar pitch the pitch before get called for a strike.
So a couple big breaking balls from Goins trying to get Vonderhaar to chase. We'll see here on the 1-2. Another breaking ball. That one is sent towards the right side. Gathered by Hohertz and able to get Vonderhaar in time as Goins covers the bag and gets the third out of the inning. So the Tigers strand 2 runners on base. The Mountaineers maintain their 3-0 lead heading to the top of the 2nd inning. Welcome back to the Tiger Network. Garrett Aylor back on the mound for the Tigers. He gave up 3 runs in the top of the first, looking for a clean inning here, as number 9 hitter Jet Muniz fouls that one towards the third base side. So an 0-1 count.
But Aylord really did seem to settle into that first inning well as it went along. was not helped out as we saw an error and a couple of plays not go exactly the way the Tigers would have liked them to. So good to see him back out there to start this second inning and to be competitive in a count early on to open it.
And that first inning for any pitcher can just be so tough to get settled in and figure out how the game's going to go, what repertoire you have on the mound. And so look to settle in here in the second inning. He has a 2-1 count on the shortstop Muniz. He grounds it back to shortstop. That's Wisniewski over there. And he gets it on to Vonderhaar for the first out of the inning. So a good start to this inning for Aylor.
Yeah, and such a reliable infielder that the Tigers have in Wisniewski. Great hands, very sure-handed over there, was very quick on his transfer on a potential double play ball that we saw in the first inning. And again, very sure-handed, taking his time as a veteran infielder for the Tigers here.
Now back to the top of the lineup for the Mountaineers, Aaron Rosillo fouling it towards the Tigers' dugout. The center fielder truly everywhere this series. 3 from our count, 3 remarkable plays in center field. Already on base today, scoring a run. And in game 1, going 3 for 4 in the leadoff spot. So the table setter for the Mountaineers doing a good job all around. Now faces an 0-2 count for Aylor. He delivers and loops in a breaking ball that's high and away. Now a 1-2 count.
Yeah, and retiring Rosillo has been a tough job for the Tiger staff today, but a great job by Aylor to get ahead 0-2 early here. Was competitive with that breaking ball that was called for the first ball of this at-bat, but remains ahead and can waste a couple more pitches here.
The 1-2 to Rosillo is sent back towards Wisniewski yet again. He gets that one to Vonderhaar, and 2 quick outs to start the second inning for Aylor.
Yeah, exactly what Aylor needed to start this inning. 2 quick outs. Hopefully he can get back in the dugout quickly, allow these Tiger hitters to get back up to the plate and start scratching some runs for him.
Now Chance Goins steps into the plate. He walked in the first inning as well. One of 3 Schreiner runs to come across. He has a 1-0 count from Aylor, who delivers the pitch, and it is lined back straight off of the Tigers' dugout and back in front of the mound. So a hard hit ball there.
And you mentioned Goins scored in the top of the first inning. Always nice when you can get some support for your pitcher, but even better when you can get that support for yourself.
The 1-1-2 Goins, low and away. A close pitch there, bringing the count to 2-1.
Yeah, really good pitch there by Aylor. Missed just a tad low, but we've seen pitches on that outside part of the plate be called strikes pretty consistently today, so not a bad idea there.
And a pitch in a similar area, this time swung on and missed by Goins. So the count at 2-2, looking for a clean top of the second from Aylor. He readies his 2-2 pitch, and that is grounded to MJ Metz at third. He gets that one on to Vonderhaar for the out. So a nice 1-2-3 inning for Garrett Aylor, bringing the Tigers back to bat in the bottom of the second. They're down 3-0 to Schreiner. Welcome back to Trinity's campus. You got a beautiful look at the Trinity Tower right behind the baseball stadium here in San Antonio. And Mason Meredith leads off the bottom of the second with a fly ball to right field. Williams, over there near the line in fair territory, gets that first out, so a quick out for Goins on the mound.
But another good cut from Meredith right there. I think he's swung it really well in this series. Mentioned the fact that last night he reached on an infield single and then got robbed by Racio, the center fielder for the Mountaineers. But responded really well in the first game of the doubleheader today, reaching base a couple of times.
Now Tyler Pettit to the plate. The catcher catching both games of this doubleheader. A tough task, I'm sure. Luke, as a former catcher, how do you feel about catching 2 games in a doubleheader?
Well, the point was brought up that Pettit, being a very high-level catcher, especially defensively, I'm sure he wants to be behind the plate. And things really do get easier as the day goes along. The sun's starting to set here in South Texas, so I'm sure things are cooling down, and he won't have to worry about that aspect of things.
At the plate has a 2-0 count. Trying to get on base here, and he lines that one into the Tigers' bullpen for a foul ball. Pettit going 2 for 4 in game 1. Had a double that went nearly to the wall. Also scored a run. Now trying to get something going for the Tigers in the second. He lines that one straight to the third baseman, Josh Gilliam. And he gets it to the first baseman, Hohertz, for the second out.
Gilliam playing in just a bit on the cut of the grass. Really hard hit ball. Just happened to be right at him, so a tough break there for the Tigers catcher.
That brings up third baseman MJ Metz. Metz not starting in game 1, but did appear towards the end of the game. He walked in his only at-bat. First pitch to Metz, in there for a strike. Last night, MJ Metz going 1 for 4, and that's after a big home run in the midweek game against Mary Hardin-Baylor. So Metz really hitting the ball well. We'll see what he has in store for game 2, as that one's outside for a ball.
Yeah, Brian, we've talked a little bit about Metz's big frame. He stands in the batter's box at 6'5", and with that, as an offensive player, there's a lot of moving parts in his swing. Hard to put it all together, but when he's able to, more often than not, you really like the result, much like the one we got on Tuesday night when he blasted one off the scoreboard in left field.
The 6'5" junior has a 1-2 count. And that one's over his head. So Goins with a 2-2 count. Trying to have a clean second inning, matching Aylor. Had a 1-2-3 inning in the second. And Goins does have a clean 1-2-3 inning as he strikes out Metz, looking for the third out of the second. So Schreiner keeps their 3-0 lead as they come to bat in the top of the third. We'll be right back. after a clean second inning on both sides, we are in the top of the third. Josh Gilliam leading it off for the Mountaineers. Pitch from Aylor in the dirt. Gilliam awaits the 1-0. And that one's low as well, so a 2-0 count for the third baseman. Another ball in there low. A 3-0 count as Gilliam looks to get on base to start the inning. Aylor with a nice second inning, retiring the Mountaineers in order after allowing 3 runs in the top of the first. Here, walking Gilliam on 4 pitches to start the third inning. So Gilliam reaching for the second time. In the first inning, he reached on a fielding error by MJ Metz, and now earning the walk. And now Aylor receiving a visit to the mound and a pitching change coming up for the Tigers. So Aylor exits after 2 innings and a batter faced in the third, bringing in a familiar face. We'll take a look at that after a quick break. So after the lead-off walk to Gilliam, we have a new pitcher on the mound for the Tigers, Brandon Hans. And if you tuned into Game 1, you might remember that Hans, who throws the ball right there to Reese Hohertz, Hans came in and earned the victory after 3 scoreless innings in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. He tries to pick off Gilliam there at first. So Hans able to get the Mountaineers out, struck out 4 in Game 1, and going right back to him.
Yeah, and I like the move right here. Mountaineers hitters seem to struggle with Hans's delivery just a bit in that first game. He had a great outing, as we see that one, muscled into center field, dropping in front of Meredith right there. Mountaineers have something going here to start the top of the third. Runners on first and second with nobody out. But still like Hans's opportunity right here. He entered the first game of the doubleheader with runners on second and third with nobody out. So still a better scenario right here for the big right-hander on the mound.
And Hohertz there getting the base hit. He's the one batter in the lineup who has the opportunity to hit from the left side. The rest of the Mountaineers coming from the right side. As Williams does here, sees ball 1, but that delivery much harder as a right-handed hitter.
Absolutely, especially with the movement that we see out of Hans. That lower arm action, that ball is really coming out on the inside part of the plate, and more often than not is able to drift all the way across. And it looks like Williams unable to hold up as the umpire checks down with the first base.
Get a good look at it here, right down the line. And that was the previous pitch. Now Williams sends that out to left field. Caught for the out by Schaub. And so Williams unable to move the runners over. Now 1 down in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, good job by Hance to keep his head about him. First at bat of the game, hitter was able to do something with a really good pitch from the right-handed pitcher on the mound right there. Had him jammed a little bit. Hitter was just able to do enough to muscle it out into center field. But great response by Hance on the mound to come back and retire the second batter he faced.
Hance looks in for the 1-0 pitch to Devin Hooper. Hooper tries to inside out that one, but fouls it back. Hance in game 1 came in with runners on 2nd and 3rd, walked the first batter that he faced, and then got out of that bases loaded jam, but then didn't allow another base runner in the 8th and 9th, so looking to have a similar outing here as he checks on the runner at 2nd. As Hance allowed the single to start his outing here, but now hoping to shut down the Mountaineers. Hooper with the 1-1, and that one's way outside. Pettit does a nice job of corralling it.
Yeah, great job by Pettit right there, ranging all the way over to haul that one in, make sure that Gilliam isn't advancing from 2nd to 3rd right here.
Keeps the double play in order for Hance and the Tigers. Hooper now ahead 2-1. And that ball's inside for a ball. Hance right back on the rubber, not wasting any time. Hooper, meanwhile, taking a little bit of a stroll outside the batter's box. Now back in there. The 3-1 to Hooper is sent towards right field, and that is down for a base hit. 1 run will score. Hohertz gets on to 3rd, and that's an RBI single for Devin Hooper, extending the Mountaineers' lead to 4-0 here in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, and a really good piece of hitting by Hooper right here. The first time today that we've seen a hard hit ball off a Mountaineer bat when facing Hance. But still, not much damage done right there by the Mountaineers. Hance will certainly look to rebound right here, hopefully get out of the inning by inducing some soft contact and maybe turning a double play in the infield.
And that ball gets away from Hance for a moment after trying to pick off Hooper at first. Isaiah Hernandez at the plate for the Mountaineers. And that's a swinging strike to start the at-bat. And another slider outside that Hernandez cannot get a piece of. So an 0-2 count here for Hance. Once again, checking in on Hooper at first. Hooper has 1 stolen base on the year. Hance thinks he might be going here with runners on the corners and just 1 out. Taking a big lead, but swung on and missed. So 3 swinging strikes for Hernandez. And that's the 2nd out of the inning.
Yeah, really great job by Hance. Knew he had something working right there and kept coming at the hitter with the same pitch 3 times in a row to strike him out. As we mentioned earlier, the fact that Hance drops down in his delivery a little bit, and at his release point, pretty much every time the ball looks like a strike on the inner half. But when he throws that slider curveball, and it breaks all the way across, it's really hard to lay off as a hitter.
Now Gerardo Cardoza at the plate, looking to bring in a run with 2 outs. Looks at that one just outside. Cardoza nearly brought in a couple of runs, but was robbed by the fantastic play in right center field by Mason Meredith. That ended the first inning. Now Cardoza up in a similar spot in the third. 2 outs. And Hand steps off the mound. The 1-0-2 Cardoza's in there, and line 2 with Nusky at short. He takes it himself and records the third out of the inning. But Schreiner adds on to their lead. They're on top of the top-ranked Trinity Tigers, 4-0. Tigers coming to bat in the bottom of the third. Chance Goins back on the mound for Schreiner. He has a 4-0 lead in the bottom of the third. He faces Michael Goodrich, who swings through that first pitch. Goodrich, the number 9 hitter. And he swings at that one and lifts it to left field. And there to make the catch is Hooper. So a fly ball out to start the inning.
And a lot of quick outs here for Trinity so far. Goins on the mound, only thrown 25 pitches in this game. That last one being his 26th, actually. Now the Tigers will enter their second time to the plate as Chalmette, the leadoff hitter, steps back in. I'd look for the Tigers to be a bit more patient this second time through, try and work some counts deeper, and get some better pitches to hit in the end of them.
That first pitch to Rafe Chalmette in the dirt to the backstop, 1-0 count. A big looping breaking ball in there for a strike. Goins has retired 5 consecutive Tiger batters. Rafe looking to break that streak here. And that one's low and inside for ball 2.
Not a bad pitch right there, but Cardoza being set up on the other side of the plate, that one pulls his glove across, and not exactly what the umpire wants to see.
Now Rafe chops that one to the first baseman, Hohertz. Goins once again covering the bag. And that's 2 outs in the third as the Tigers' leadoff hitter is retired. That'll bring up first-year Jack Baker to the plate. First pitch to Baker is low for a ball. Goins is coming off a good performance against Southwestern, throwing 5 innings and allowing just 3 runs. Before that, allowed just 4 runs to Centenary and 3 to Dallas, so keeping it consistent. None allowed thus far here, and Baker grounds that one to Muniz at short. And that's another 1-2-3 inning for Goins. 7 consecutive batters retired. Schreiner on top of the Tigers 4-0, headed to the top of the 4th inning. Welcome back to Tiger Network for Trinity Baseball. We're here in the top of the 4th inning. The Schreiner University Mountaineers on top 4-0 over the top-ranked Trinity Tigers. Brandon Hance on the mound for the host Trinity Tigers, and he looks to get out the number 9 hitter here to start a clean half of the 4th. Muniz sends the 2-0 pitch to MJ Metz at third. And a high throw takes the first baseman Vonderhaar well off the bag. And a second error for Metz over there at third lets the leadoff man reach here in the 4th.
Yeah, and a tough break to start the visitor half of the 4th here. Metz seemed to really take his time on that throw. Ended up just sailing it in the end, but Hance has been very good on the mound. Really remained in his head even when he's been in a little bit of hot water today. So I'd see him continue to do the same here. Continuing to rely on some pretty good, stellar defense that this Tiger lineup in the field has been able to produce this season.
Aaron Rosillo at the plate for Schreiner, but has to wait for another pickoff attempt by Hance over there at first. Muniz yet to steal a bag on the year. And Rosillo sends that one towards the right center field gap, and that is down for a base hit. Meredith cuts it off, sends it into the infield, and gets Rosillo out at second base. So a heads-up play there by the center fielder Meredith, as a well-struck ball here gets down, but Meredith cuts it off and gets the runner there at second. Muniz does advance to third, but there is 1 out now. What could have been 2 runners in scoring position with nobody out.
Yeah, and after Rosillo robbed Meredith in last night's action, we see Mason do the same here. Unable to track that ball down in the outfield as it continued to fade away from him into the gap, but a great job to get it in quickly to second base to get the first out of the inning and help his pitcher out a little bit here.
And now the Schreiner pitcher trying to help himself out here. Runner on third with 1 out, and he will drive in a run here as he skies that one to center field, or will he? Muniz trying to score, but Meredith gets the runner at home. Spoke too soon. another amazing play for Meredith from center field. All over the place here, showing off his arm. What looked to drive in a run for Schreiner turns out to be the third out of the inning.
And originally it looked off the bat like that one was headed to left field, but hung up in the air for Meredith, who played this one perfectly, getting behind it and working through it to make a good, strong throw home. But, Brian, you thought originally that one was going to drive in a run, and I think that might have been the announcer's jinx right there.
Yeah, doing my part to help Mason out there, but that's all him with just an amazing throw, and Pettit putting the tag down and smiling back at Mason as soon as he gets that out. So Mason Meredith single-handedly saving that inning, throwing out 2 runners, one at second, one at home. The Tigers look to take that defensive play and bring it to the plate. We'll be right back on the Tiger Network. Chance Goins just a moment ago thought he drove in the 5th run of the game for Schreiner, but Mason Meredith robbing him of that, throwing out Muniz at home, keeping the score at 4-0 and bringing the Tigers to bat here in the 4th.
Yeah, and a great pitch to start off this at-bat from Goins. Drops a breaking ball in there. He seems really confident on the mound right now, but Wisniewski looks to end his hot streak, singling to left field to open up this inning, hoping to get a rally started for the Tigers right here.
Wisniewski going the other way yet again, something we see so often from him. Hitting third in the lineup and hitting over 400, thanks in large part to his desire to go to anywhere in the field. And as you mentioned, that hot streak, Goins had retired 7 consecutive Tigers, but now a runner on to start the inning, and power hitter Brian Schaub at the plate. That first pitch to Schaub, low and away. Schaub, as we've seen in this series, someone who could cut this lead in half with one swing of the bat. Homered in last night's game and homered in Game 1 of this doubleheader to help the Tigers defeat Schreiner. Now has a 1-0 count against Goins. That one is on the outside corner for a strike. Wisniewski with the leadoff single to start the inning. Now on first, drawing a throw from Goins here. Wisniewski with 2 stolen bases on the year. And Schaub sees that breaking ball outside. Now has a 2-1 count. Goins looking over there at first. Now readies the pitch to Schaub. And Schaub lines that one to left field, and that's going to get all the way to the wall. Wisniewski heading to third, and Schaub coasting into second. So another extra base hit for the Tigers cleanup hitter. A double down the left field line, and the Tigers are in business here to start the 4th.
Yeah, really great piece of hitting by Schaub right there. We've talked about the power that he has, but in and at bat, when you're down 4 runs, you're not trying to leave the yard. You're trying to get hit by hit to allow the next guy to come up to the plate with runners on, and that's exactly what Schaub allows Vonderhaar to do right here.
Vonderhaar now at the plate with 2 runners in scoring position. He looks at that breaking ball for a strike, nodding along, acknowledging that good pitch, but possibly readying his next swing if he sees that pitch again. Now an 0-1 delivery from Goins to Vonderhaar, and that hits Vonderhaar, and not what Goins wanted to do there, as the bases are now loaded for the Tigers, and the tying run is coming to the plate in Mason Meredith, who has already done some damage in the field today.
Yeah, and for the Tigers, there's no one you want up at the plate more so than you'd like Mason Meredith right now. Someone that's playing incredibly well, has flashed the leather, has shown off his arm, and has done it with the bat, but a hit here would be absolutely massive and would likely cut this Schreiner lead in half.
The first pitch to the center fielder is high. Meredith making a couple of diving catches in this series. Just last inning threw out 2 runners trying to get an extra base. And now the 1-0 to Meredith in there for a strike. Goins going to try to find his way out of this inning, but Meredith with the 1-1 tries to wait back on the breaking ball, unable to connect. Now a 1-2 count to the center fielder. Meredith looks at that breaking ball, this time too high. And the count is even at 2-2. Big moment early in this game. Schreiner up 4-0 over the top-ranked Tigers. But Meredith looking to bring the Tigers right back. The 2-2 is driven down the line to third base and all the way to the wall. 1 run scores, 2 run score, and a third is headed to home and in there. A bases clearing double for Mason Meredith, and the Tigers are right back in this one.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about. Meredith finally gets one past a diving effort at the third base. An awesome piece of hitting right here. Pulls his hands through, gets the barrel out in front, pulls one really hard down the line. Absolutely nothing that could be done to stop that one from getting out of the infield.
And the entire Tigers dugout out on the field to celebrate those runs coming in. Meredith now at second base and still nobody out. Now catcher Tyler Pettit with a chance to tie this game.
And in that last shot, as you saw Meredith jog it back over to second base, he looked up, very thankful that one finally got through for him. He's been a bit unlucky here in this series, but he'll absolutely trade all of those unlucky at-bats for that huge double right there. Bases clearing and to draw the Tigers within 1 run here.
Goins now trying to bounce back. Has a 1-0 count on the catcher Pettit. And Pettit looks at that breaking ball in there for a strike. But in this inning alone, Meredith responsible for 3 runs on behalf of the Tigers and saving definitely 1, throwing that runner out at home, and possibly more as he got out a runner at second base in the top half of the 4th. So just a big swing in this game, and all on the back of Mason Meredith. Pettit awaits the 2-1 pitch from Goins. And that's low for a ball. So a patient at-bat from Pettit, getting himself into a hitter's count here with nobody out. Goins looking at Meredith off of second and now delivers to Pettit, who drives it foul but connects with that pitch.
Yeah, As you said, he's been very patient, and this at-bat was able to work it to 3-1, and right there got a pitch that he wanted to hit. Was just a little bit early on it, but remains in this at-bat, was going to continue to fight right here and hopefully come through with another base knock for the Tigers.
Now the 3-2 pitch to Pettit on its way, and that breaking ball in there for a called third strike, falling well down from the sky. Did not think that could fall in for a strike, did Pettit, but manages to get in the strike zone, and a big first out for Goins.
Yeah, tough break for Pettit right there. Breaking ball is already hard to hit, but one that has that 12-6 action on the inner part of the plate, really difficult. Maybe a little bit in off the plate, and I think that's why Pettit opted not to swing at it, but that's something that we've seen called a strike a couple times here today.
Now third baseman MJ Metz at the plate, and something you see so often in baseball, the opportunity for redemption. Metz 2 errors in the field, one leading directly to a couple of runs for Schreiner, but now the opportunity to get that back at the plate. The 1-0 Metz is on the outside corner for a strike.
2 pitches in a row in that position for Goins right there. First of them being called a ball, the second one going his way. So interesting to watch that spot the rest of the way and which way the umpire decides to lean when calling balls and strikes for that position.
MJ Metz awaiting the 1-1. That's low for a ball. A big inning here already for the Tigers. Mason Meredith with the huge bases clearing double right when the Tigers needed it most. And MJ Metz trying to tie this game up. Has a 2-1 count and looks at that breaking ball in there for a strike. MJ Metz strikes out swinging on that last pitch. Tigers still have an opportunity to tie this game. Michael Goodrich at the plate. Already 3 base hits and 3 runs for the Tigers in the bottom of the 4th. They came in down 4-0, but find themselves down just 1 with the runner in scoring position. And Goodrich swings through that one. Goins with the long look in. And Goodrich looks at that one outside.
Goodrich stands in for the second time today after flying out to left center field in his first at-bat. But in the first action of this doubleheader today, we saw the DH go 1 for 2.
And right there, Goodrich getting underneath that ball. Will it be caught? No, it will not. Jet Muniz drops that ball in fair territory, and Goodrich is safe at second. So the shortstop Muniz, what looked to be a routine fly ball, ends up tying the game for the Tigers. So quite the mistake there for Schreiner, and the Tigers have tied the game here in the fourth inning.
Yeah, and a tough play right there as that ball just hangs up. Interesting to see the fact that Muniz was the one calling for that one in the end. Seemed to hang in the air for quite a while, and typically an easier play for the left fielder to make coming in, but allows Goodrich to advance to second base, allows another run to score for the Tigers as they knot this one up. And this inning will continue as the top of the lineup comes up to the plate in Schreiner, who will look to give the Tigers the lead with another piece of really timely hitting here.
And something you're seeing here for the Tigers is their seniors coming through in the big moments. Mason Meredith with the bases clearing double, and now Goodrich tying up the game. Rafe Chomet looks to continue the senior domination here at the plate, trying to take the lead for the Tigers. The 0-1 from Goins is in the dirt. But this is an experienced Tigers team, and it's showing here as they faced adversity down 4-0 and are right back in this game. Rafe awaits the 1-1 and fouls it in the dirt, so a 1-2 count to the right fielder.
Yeah, and even though he's behind in this count right here with 2 outs in the bottom of the fourth, you just feel like Rafe is the guy that you want fighting and battling in an at-bat right here, someone that more often than not is going to come through in the position where you need him.
And the 1-2 pitch to Rafe is too high on that one. So Goins now has a 2-2 count. Remember that Goins had retired 7 consecutive Tigers coming into this inning, but that is all gone. And now Rafe with the 2-2, that gets away from Cardoza. Goodrich on to third, rounding the bag, almost trying to score on that one, but Cardoza able to get it. But a 3-2 count now on Rafe, and the go-ahead run just 90 feet away.
Yeah, and really good aggressive base running by Goodrich right there. Saw him take a big turn from that last shot. By doing so, he puts the pressure on the defense, make sure that the catcher's really hustling to get that ball and making sure that the pitcher's covering. Because if he's not, then Goodrich is definitely in a position with that momentum coming around third base to potentially score the go-ahead run for the Tigers.
Rafe awaits the 3-2 pitch from Goins, and that is well outside. Rafe draws the walk, and now runners at the corners with 2 outs for the first-year Jack Baker, who will try to take the lead for the Tigers first time in this game.
Yeah, and we've already seen some timely hitting from the first year on the day. In that doubleheader, he drove in a couple runs, was walked to drive in a run. Will also be interesting to keep a tab on Chomet over there at first base. Second base being open, and with him having as much speed as he does, wouldn't be out of the picture to see him try and take second base and put 2 runners in scoring position here for the freshman.
Excellent point, Rafe, with 5 stolen bases on the year, and he is not going on that one, but a strike called on Baker. Lots of action here in the fourth. Already 4 runs across for the Tigers, who have tied it up. Baker trying to get the lead, and Goins picking off at first, acknowledging the fact that Rafe has a ton of speed over there. But we've also seen a couple of misfires over on pickoff throws, so Goins has to be careful. And now Baker trying to get the lead in a big moment. That breaking ball is high. Cardoza standing up behind the plate.
Yeah, and a lot of attention being paid to Chomet over there. Would be a really interesting time to call a steal and stop if you're the Tigers right here. I like that idea. They're really focused on Chomet. Don't want to allow him to get to second base, but maybe too focused and forgetting a little bit about the runner at third base.
And there is some stuff going on over there at first. Cardoza trying to get Rafe back going to first, but he's in there safely. And for Goins, plenty of trouble at the plate. You understand him worrying about the runner at first, but has to get the hitter out first. And Baker fouls that one to the third base coach. So a 2-2 count for the first year. A 4-4 game in the bottom of the fourth. Baker faces a 2-2 count with 2 outs and 2 men on base. So lots of even numbers on the scoreboard. Baker awaits the 2-2, and that one is high for a ball, taking the count full. So now Rafe will certainly be going at first with the 3-2 count. Baker with a chance to drive in 1 or 2 with the ball in the gap. The 3-2 almost hits Baker. Instead, it's ball 4. And just like we had earlier in this inning, the bases are loaded for the Tigers.
Yeah, and while I'd certainly say that Trinity is comfortable with Baker in that situation, 2 down, runners on base in scoring position, I'd say they'll be even more comfortable here as they have a veteran stepping to the plate now in Wisniewski.
And with Wisniewski coming to the plate, the Mountaineers are making a pitching change. We will be right back after a quick break as the Tigers have the bases loaded. On the mound for the Mountaineers, the graduate student Jack Hakala, and he's placed into a tough situation. Already 4 runs across for the Tigers, and now Jack Wisniewski up with the bases loaded, 2 men down. The 6'4" pitcher, a towering presence on the mound. And the first pitch to Wisniewski is high for a ball.
Yeah, and that one's a real close pitch for Hakala to start this at-bat. But it's one that's consistently gone the way of the hitter. That one more often than not being called a ball so far today. So Wisniewski benefits from that and gets ahead in this count 1-0 to start it off.
Wisniewski sees that one high as well. So a 2-0 count for the shortstop. He got this rally going with a base hit to start the fourth. The Tigers have now batted around and bringing Wisniewski to the plate with the bases loaded. Now a chance to take the lead and break things open for the Tigers.
Absolutely right. But it is worth mentioning that as a 3-hole hitter in Wisniewski right here, as he calls time and steps out, his mindset is trying to clear the bases, much like Meredith did earlier in this inning. But ahead 2-0, he's going to have to be patient right here because drawing a walk also drives in a run.
He awaits the 2-0 from Hakala, and that one's in there for a strike. Wisniewski already 2 for 2 on the day. He had a double and a single. Looking to come through in a big moment here for the Tigers. The 2-1 pitch to Wisniewski is driven back up the middle, and that is down in center field. One run has scored, and they actually have gotten that out. Sorry, we have the best camera angles we can work with. But that is a nice catch out there in the outfield, robbing Wisniewski of a couple runs. But a great inning for the Tigers nonetheless. 4 runs come across the score, and 3 off of the bat of Mason Meredith, who cleared the bases. Schreiner seeing their 4-run lead disappear, and the Tigers will try to hold the score right here. As they come back to the mound, you see the replay here. Wisniewski looked like that one might fall, but Riccio getting over there and having such a spectacular series at center field, saving the day for the Mountaineers. We will be right back after the break. Welcome back to San Antonio. We are here in the top of the 5th with a brand new ball game. Trinity tying things up at 4. And now a new pitcher on the mound for the Tigers, Jack Schmidt. He delivers his first pitch to Gilliam. And that's a swinging strike.
Yeah, Brian, you mentioned that Schmidt enters this game. He comes into this one having thrown 16 innings on the year. Appeared in our Tuesday night action against Mary Hardin-Baylor, went 3 1/3 inning, and was absolutely spectacular in that one. Schmidt's really fun to watch when he's in control of all of his pitches, specifically his breaking ball, and more than anything else for me, his changeup. Because when he has it working, he usually has hitters well out in front and typically has them fooled.
He gets out in front of Gilliam here 0-2 and ends up hitting the Mountaineers' third baseman. See if Gilliam is okay. He'll take his base at first and bring up the cleanup hitter, Reese Hohertz. Schmidt's first pitch to Hohertz is driven back to the right side and in for a base hit. Hohertz with yet another base hit. And now runners on first and second to start this inning.
Yeah, and a tough break for Schmidt to start this inning. Jumped ahead of Gilliam in that first at-bat, lost him with a hit by pitch, and then giving up a single to the second at-bat of the inning to Hohertz. He'll look to get back in the strike zone.
Williams squaring around a bunt to start his at-bat. That one's outside for a ball. Hohertz 3 for 3 on the day with that last base hit. So a productive afternoon for the cleanup hitter. And now Williams with an opportunity to move the runners over. We'll see if he scores around again, and he does. Gets that down. Schmidt gets to it quickly. No one was covering the bag at first, but Baker gets over there in time. So a nice defensive play. But Williams does get his job done and moves the runners over to second and third.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, when Schmidt originally fielded that ball, no one waiting at first, but that was because the first baseman, Vonderhaar, was crashing hard. Trinity had the wheel play on that bunt to make sure it was fielded cleanly. Baker a little bit tardy to the bag, but no worries there as he's there on time, and the Tigers are able to get their first out at the top of the fifth.
Now Schmidt faces Devin Hooper, who swings through that first pitch. Trinity playing their infield at regular depth with the runner on third. Trying to limit the damage here. Will give up a run for an out.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially having trailed 4-0 already in this game. The last half inning, they showed the way that this offense can explode at any given time. And if they go behind by 1 run or 2 runs here in the top of the fifth, they won't be too concerned as they're more than confident that they'll be able to jump back out in front.
That breaking ball was in there for a strike, so an 0-2 count on Hooper. And he drives that one up the middle for a base hit. 1 run has scored. Hohertz will stay there at third. And the Mountaineers have reclaimed the lead here in the top of the fifth.
Great piece of hitting right there. Looked like an off-speed pitch, perhaps a breaking ball that finished on the outside part of the plate. Hitter waits back, lets that one travel, and then sends it back up the middle.
Now Hernandez swings at the first pitch and fouls that back out of play. So a hit by pitch to start this inning comes around to score after a couple of hits by Hooper and Hohertz. And that one in for a strike on Hernandez, an 0-2 count. Schmidt trying to limit the damage here on the 0-2 count. The breaking ball misses outside. Schmidt ready for the 1-2 and loops that breaking ball in there for a called third strike. So that's the beautiful breaking ball we're used to seeing from Schmidt, and retires Hernandez, sending him back to the dugout.
Yeah, absolutely. After losing that first batter, hitting him with a pitch, a hit in the second bat of the inning as well, Schmidt's responded really well here, settling in nicely. He's given up only 1 run after being in a bit of hot water, and he'll look to get out of the inning here. Down only 1 run.
Now Cardoza up with 2 outs. He fouls that one back. Cardoza 0 for 2 on the day. Has come up with runners on the corners in both of his previous at-bats and has the same situation here. Hasn't brought him in yet. Schmidt looks to keep it that way, and that breaking ball fouled off by Cardoza.
Yeah, really great job by Schmidt to establish that breaking ball. Jumps out ahead of Cardoza here and is going to force the catcher to swing at a pitch that he typically would prefer not to swing at. More than likely that breaking ball or perhaps that changeup that I like so much.
The 0-2 from Schmidt is swung on and sent to the right side of the field and through to right field. A 2-strike, 2-out RBI hit from the catcher Cardoza, and the Mountaineers extend their lead to 6-4. That'll earn a visit to the mound for Schmidt, as he's given up 2 runs already here in the top of the 5th.
Yeah, probably a discussion happening right now between Schmidt and Coach Dave Smith about the fact that that last pitch caught a little bit too much plate. He was up 0-2 in that one. Wants to be competitive and remain around the zone, but that pitch looked like a strike, and Cardoza is able to put it in play.
Now the umpire joining the visit. That does not result in a pitching change, and so Schmidt will have the opportunity to get out of this jam. He faces the number 9 hitter Jet Muniz. Muniz 0 for 2 on the day. Awaits the first pitch from Schmidt. That is outside for a ball. The 1-0 now from Schmidt is grounded foul off the Tigers' dugout.
Yeah, a couple of great pitches by Schmidt to start this at-bat. That first ball was outside, but still in a really good spot. We've seen some strikes been called in a similar position to that one, but make sure he comes back with that second pitch to even up the count with a fastball with a little bit of movement arm side, cutting back in towards the hands of the hitter.
That breaking ball from Schmidt outside for ball 2. Muniz ahead in the count. Schmidt looking to get out of this inning with just the 2 runs allowed. And he gives up another base hit to Muniz, who sends it to center field. Meredith, who showed his arm earlier in this game, sends that one past Pettit at catcher. That one gets all the way to the backstop, and another run comes in to score for Schreiner. And so it looked like the runner was holding up there, Hooper, but the throw into the infield goes wide.
Yeah, and we'll get a good look of it right here. See that one skip, and it hits the left side of that mound from the center field position, causing that one to kick a little bit more towards the visitor dugout, allowing the runner to come in from third base and score a 3rd run of this inning.
So Schreiner now up 7-4. And their leadoff hitter back at the plate, Aaron Rocio. That one's outside for a ball. That's the Tigers' 3rd error of the game. We've seen some stellar defensive plays, but also some errors by the Tigers leading to Mountaineer runs. And right there, the check swing. Rocio did not go around. And he lines that one towards center field. Meredith underneath this one and gets it for the 3rd out of the inning. But Schreiner strikes back with 3 runs in the top of the 5th after the Tigers had tied it up with 4 in the bottom of the 4th. A back and forth affair here in San Antonio. Stay tuned to the Tiger Network after the break. Jack Hakala back on the mound for the Mountaineers. Back with the lead as well after giving it up in the bottom of the fourth. He'll look to keep the Mountaineers on top of the Tigers, but the heart of the order for the Tigers coming up, Brian Schaub leading off the inning. He got a big double in the last half inning to really get things going for the Tigers.
Yeah, and a big part of that was his approach in that at-bat. Schaub not trying to do too much with the pitch that he got, did enough with it still to arrive on second base, doubling. And he'll look to do the same thing here to get this home half of the fifth started for the Tigers as they look to rally again, down 3 runs.
Schaub has a 1-1 count on him here. And he lines out one foul to the right side, but a good swing on that one. Just seems like most of the swing Schaub takes are pretty healthy ones and good ones.
Absolutely. He just has such a good awareness of the strike zone. Knows where pitches are at. It's a big reason that we've seen him walk as many times as we have this year, but also why he's hit 8 home runs to lead the Tigers.
Schaub awaits the 1-2 here from Hakala and gets Schaub swinging. Great downward action on that pitch. Gets the home run leader in the SCAC down swinging. And a good start for Hakala in this inning.
Yeah, a really great pitch right there. Had Schaub out in front of it. Really great fade arm side. And that one just died before it got to the plate.
That'll bring up Jack Vonderhaar, who got hit in his last at-bat to load the bases for the Tigers. Eventually came around to score on Mason Meredith's bases-clearing double. And that pitch is low, similar pitch that struck out Schaub just now, but to a hitter on the opposite side of the plate. Vonderhaar awaits the 1-0 pitch from Hakala, and that's outside. The 2-0 pitch now to Vonderhaar, also outside. And as we've seen before, the Tigers down 4, tying it up quickly. This is a Schreiner team that has given up the most hits runs and home runs in the SCAC. So the Tigers by no means out of it. Just got to put together good at-bats and get men on base. Vonderhaar with the 3-0 here. Looks at that one for a called strike.
Yeah, great approach by a veteran hitter right there. Up 3-0. A junior that likely has the green light right there, but opts to see another pitch as Hakala struggles to find the strike zone in this at-bat.
Now the 3-1 pitch to Vonderhaar, and that is skied high in this sunny San Antonio afternoon. The right fielder, Williams, taking charge once again. We saw a drop pop-up that tied the game earlier on the other side of the field. So Williams once again here taking charge and getting the second out of the inning.
Yeah, and a good job by Williams out there in right field. Sun at a precarious spot in the sky at this hour, making that a difficult play for a second baseman who's also trying to drift backwards. Much easier for the right fielder who's coming in on that ball.
And that brings up Mason Meredith with 2 outs and no one on. Meredith with the big hit for the Tigers today. A bases clearing double. And now lines that one past the shortstop and into the left center field gap. He is going for 2 bases and he is in there safely for a double. Another 2-bagger for Mason Meredith. He is on fire at the plate. And you see him here feeling good about his chances getting the second and being proven correct as he's in there safely with 2 outs.
Yeah, really great job by Meredith right there. Nice piece of hitting, but as soon as that ball left his bat, he had decided that he wanted to go for 2. If there was any hesitation there, he might have been out at the bag, but was very decisive from the get-go, and a great job out of him because it puts a runner in scoring position here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th.
Tyler Pettit now looks to bring Meredith home with 2 outs in the inning. Hakala with the first pitch to Pettit, and that's down the left field line, but that'll drop foul. So a nice swing from the catcher, but the Mountaineers luck out for now.
Yeah, and we've seen Pettit out in front of a couple pitches, pulled them down that left field line. He'll look to wait back just a little bit longer in this at-bat, trying to keep something fair here.
And in game 1 of this doubleheader, the Tigers scored 7 runs, all with 2 outs in the second inning. Their big scoring inning led to their 14-12 victory. So now 2 down here, but the Tigers looking to get something going. Pettit's 0-1 swing sends it back foul. And now Hakala ahead 0-2 on the catcher.
Yeah, and a tough spot here for Pettit, down 0-2, but a ton of bats in this Tiger lineup who you're comfortable with them being behind in the count. We mentioned earlier Pettit a transfer from Incarnate Word University, and he got a ton of playing time in his time as a Cardinal. So he's definitely comfortable up at the plate swinging the bat.
We'll see if he can battle back down 0-2. Hakala with the delivery. And Pettit waits back on that one and sends it deep into left field. And that's off the wall, just missing a home run, but does drive in a run and ends up at second base himself. We see the replay here. Pettit, the 0-2 pitch sent way back into left field and just off the top of the wall. We were that close to another home run. But the 2-out rally continues for the Tigers, and they're down 7-5 with MJ Metz coming to bat.
Yeah, and a great piece of hitting right there from Pettit. We've seen him pull a couple balls down the line really hard. He's way out in front of that one, but keeps his hands back, throws his bat at the end, and still almost has enough to get that one out of the park.
And Metz swinging on the first pitch sends that one into left field. Pettit going to score easily from second, and the Tigers are down just 1 after the RBI single from third baseman MJ Metz, not wasting any time here on the first pitch.
Yeah, Brian, and you were absolutely right earlier when you mentioned the fact that in the first action of today's doubleheader, we saw the Tigers put up a 7 spot with 2 outs to jump out ahead of that first game. Doing a similar job here as they get 2 more to cross home plate and draw even closer in this one as another veteran bat stands in now for the Tigers.
That veteran bat, Michael Goodrich. He awaits Hakala's first pitch and grounds it to the shortstop Muniz, who is able to get it and throws it to first for the third out. But the Tigers are back down just 1 run in this one as they get a couple of 2-out hits from MJ Metz and Tyler Pettit. Schreiner holding on to a 7-6 lead. We have a great one here in San Antonio. We hope you'll stay with us after this quick break. After the Mountaineers scored 3 to take the lead back in the 5th, the Tigers respond with 2 of their own. So now they're down just 1 run as Goins back up at the plate. He skies this first pitch to the third baseman Metz in foul territory, and an easy first out. Schmidt with a quick 1-pitch out to start the inning. Exactly what he needs right here.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right there, Brian. He started the last inning really well, getting ahead of the leadoff hitter. Unfortunately, he just hit him, and that led to some of the trouble that the Tigers experienced in that inning. But great start here in the top of the 6th as he looks to complete a 1-2-3 inning and get the Tiger bats back up to the plate.
And that batter that he hit up at the plate now, Josh Gilliam, sees the first pitch breaking ball in there for a strike. Gilliam 0 for 1 on the day, but has reached base all 3 times, once on an error, then hit by a pitch and a walk, and almost hit for a second time.
Yeah, and Gilliam makes sure to turn out of the way of that one, because at this point, we know that a guy that has 201 career hits is certainly looking to add to that total right here.
The 1-1-2, Gilliam does in fact hit him. So another hit by pitch for Gilliam. You mentioned he broke the school record for the most base hits at Schreiner, but this time getting hit himself for a second time today. That'll put him over at first and bring up the right man for the Mountaineers today. Reese Hohertz 3 for 3 on the day, swinging a hot bat, and swings at the first pitch right to Metz. On to Wisniewski and taken out by a tough slide there. Unable to throw it to first. Interesting to see Wisniewski take it from short.
Yeah, and as you might see at the end of this replay, Wisniewski, when he's on the ground right here, is going to look to his teammates and he's going to tap himself on the chest, understanding that more often than not, that second baseman's going to have the easier play. He'll move through the bag as he catches that ball from Metz right in front of him, and he'll have a much easier lane to throw that one on to first and hopefully complete a double play there for the Tigers.
But importantly for the Tigers, the force out and the lead runner out at second. That brings up Jeffrey Williams to the plate. That's the second time we've seen a little bit of confusion at the second base bag on a double play. Wisniewski playing at short and Baker at second. A little bit of a role reversal there from what we're used to seeing. But now Schmidt with 2 outs and just a runner on first for his at-bat against Williams.
Yeah, an interesting point you make there, Brian. Wisniewski hasn't played a whole lot at shortstop this year. He is a utility guy who plays all over the infield, but interesting to think if the fact that he has played all over factors into the fact that he cut off the second baseman on that play right there.
Yeah, it definitely can't be easy to be all over the field, but he's come in so clutch for the Tigers, both at the plate and in the field. Right here, Schmidt with the 2-1. A nice off-speed pitch to get Williams swinging. Brings the count to 2-2. Schmidt trying to get his offense back out on the field. His 2-2 pitch to Williams is in the dirt. Pettit stops it. And Hohertz remains at first base. Now he'll be off and running with the 3-2 pitch and 2 down.
Yeah, an interesting sequencing right here. We saw Schmidt get a swing and miss on that curveball, went right back to it. I like him to throw a fastball or changeup, something to get in on the hands of the hitter right here.
And a beautiful changeup right there gets Williams swinging. And Luke was perfectly right on that pitch. You see it right here again. Williams unable to connect with that one. And Schmidt gets the side after a couple of runners on. We will be right back in the bottom of the 6th. Take a look at the Tigers' upcoming schedule while we go to break. So after Schmidt keeps the Mountaineers off the board in the 6th, the top of the Tigers lineup is back and hoping to tie this game up. Starting with Rafe Chomet, the leadoff hitter. He bounces that one to the left side and gets through for a base hit to left field. So a perfect start to the bottom of the 6th for the Tigers. Chomet swinging at the first pitch and getting a base hit to the other side.
Yeah, and what we've seen from a lot of Tiger hitters is guys that are opening up early, trying to pull the ball. On his stride step right there, you probably saw Rafe Chomet open up just a little bit, but did a great job keeping his head in there, keeping that front shoulder closed, push something through the left side of the infield, and now you have your best base runner on to start the home half of the 6th, down 1 run.
A base runner who has stolen 5 bases on the year and will no doubt distract Hakala, and he is not going yet. Baker squaring around to bunt, but not committing to that one there. So a lot of movement to be had here. A 1-0 count to Baker. Rafe over there at first taking a lead. And the infield also alert for a bunt. Baker there taking a pitch in there for a strike. Rafe not going anywhere. Hakala back on the rubber. Takes a look over at Rafe. And checks on him.
Yeah, and a good job from Hakala right here to make sure that he's keeping the base runner in check. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, he is a big righty, and with that, he's going to be a little bit slower to the plate. So needs to make sure that he keeps Chaumet's lead to a minimum to ensure that he's not moving.
And not moving there, and Baker grounds it to Muniz at short. A tough throw, but makes it over there to first. A nice stretch by Hohertz to get Baker out at first, but in the process, Rafe does move over to second, so that ground ball acting like a sacrifice bunt. And now a runner in scoring position, the tying run for number 3 hitter, Jack Wisniewski.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Baker squaring around to bunt early in that at-bat, ultimately opted not to, but that ground ball to the left side of the infield had no chance on a softer hit ball to the shortstop. No chance there to get Chaumet. So still here with 1 out, runner in scoring position for Trinity as they fight back in this one.
We'll see if Wisniewski's swinging early like Rafe did on the first pitch. Hakala's delivery in the dirt for a ball. Wisniewski already 2 for 3 on the day. Had a double earlier. Also came around to score. He looks to tie things up for the Tigers. With Rafe out there at second. Hakala's 1-0 pitch to Wisniewski. Low for a ball. So a patient approach here for Wisniewski.
Yeah, same thing we saw out of him last time he was at the plate. Had quite a few runners in scoring position, but opted to take a more conservative approach. He's going to work this at bat, and if he gets walked, he'll accept that, and he'll let the next Tiger hitter step up to the plate, hoping that he can do the job too.
Hakala turning around several times to keep an eye on Rafe, and Wisniewski sends that to center field, but Recio has a play on it. Rafe tagging up, heading to third, and he's got third base safely sliding in there. So Rafe taking the extra base, and now the tying run just 90 feet away. 2 outs here in the 6th inning, and Brian Schaub up at the plate.
Yeah, Brian, and with a big righty up on the mound, someone that's worked down in the zone today, important that Chaumet was able to pick up those extra 90 feet, because on a pass ball, he'll certainly be looking to score to knot this one up.
And we'll see how Hakala deals with the cleanup hitter. Already with a double in game 2. 2 home runs in this 3-game series. And the first pitch to Schaub is high. Schaub now with 26 runs batted in on the year. Has 5 doubles and 8 home runs. He's a walking extra base hit machine. And lines that one, but foul. Hakala trying to get out of this inning with the lead intact has Rafe Chaumet at third. So any wild pitch or pass ball will score Rafe, as will a base hit with 2 outs from Schaub. He awaits the 1-1 and looks at a ball just outside. Hakala stares in at the plate, wanting that second strike called.
Yeah, a really close pitch right there from Hakala, but with Schaub up at the plate, you know you have a guy who has a great sense of the strike zone, and if he's taking a pitch, you're trusting that it's a ball more often than not, as he leads this team in walks.
Schaub swings through that one, ends up on one knee like Adrian Beltre on that one, tying up the count at 2-2. Hakala with a nice breaking ball. And Schaub here will have to come up with a 2-strike base hit. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Hakala. And a looping breaking ball just high. A close call there for Schaub. But that brings the count full. And you see Hakala wanting to stay away from anything straight at Schaub, trying to get him on a breaking ball. We'll see what he comes up with here on the 3-2 pitch, with 2 outs and a runner on third here in the 6th inning. Schaub awaits the throw, and he chops it to third. Gilliam gets it over there and on to first for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Tigers strand the tying run at third base after getting that man on to start the inning. Schreiner hanging on to their 7-6 lead. We'll be back after this break and into the 7th inning here in San Antonio. Welcome back to San Antonio. We've got a good one here in the SCAC, visiting Schreiner Mountaineers up by 1 over the top-ranked Trinity Tigers. Jack Schmidt on the mound, looking to keep the score right where it's at. He gets that first pitch in there for a strike on Devin Hooper. And the second pitch put into play off of Metz, and Hooper will reach base safely. A tough hop over there for Metz at third. Metz already with 2 errors in the game. We'll see if they call this one a hit or an error.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, a really tough hop right there, and that's all that one is. We've seen Metz kick a couple balls, had a throw to first that he missed earlier in this game, but absolutely nothing that he could do on that one. A really nasty hop right at the end. That one ricocheting and hitting him in the body. Not much that he could do there.
And the official scorer agrees with your assessment, as that is a single for Hooper. So a leadoff hit to start the 7th inning. Now Isaiah Hernandez looking to move the runner over, showing bunt on that first pitch. That was a ball. And he squares around again. That breaking ball outside. A 2-0 count to Hernandez. Schreiner trying to extend their lead. We'll see this 2-0 pitch from Schmidt. Hernandez squaring to bunt again. Schmidt missing again. So now a 3-0 count. Will Hernandez square around a bunt with 3 balls and no strikes? The answer looks to be no, as he stares at that one for a strike. A 3-1 count. We'll see what the Mountaineers decide to do. Head coach Ryan Brisbane.
Hernandez taking the signs right here. Wouldn't be surprised one way or another right here whether Hernandez decides to bunt or not. Even squaring around will put pressure on Schmidt to hit the strike zone right here.
And he does square around and gets it down. Schmidt off the mound, able to get the out at first. But Hernandez gets the job done, moving over the runner to second base. Hooper over there, now in scoring position, and that'll bring up the catcher, Gerardo Cardoza.
Yeah, and a really good job by Schmidt right there to battle back after falling behind 3-0. When a guy's willing to gift you an out to start an inning, you really want to take advantage of it.
Cardoza sees that first pitch in there for a ball. Cardoza drove in a run in his last at-bat with a single to right field. Made great contact in his first at-bat as well, but robbed on a great catch by Mason Meredith. Strike called there on the outside corner, but Cardoza, having a good day at the plate overall, looks to bring in another run for the Mountaineers. Hooper taking a big lead out there at second. And Cardoza hit by Schmidt. So Gilliam hit by 2 pitches in this game. And now Cardoza hit by a pitch.
And you never want to see a pitcher lose control and hit a batter, but here Schmidt can now work with runners on first and second with 1 out. And that hit by pitch will put a double play ball in order for the Tigers. And we've seen a ton of timely defense from this group in the field throughout this season and so far in this series. And they'll look to do the same to get out of this inning quickly.
That first pitch to Muniz is high. Schreiner has gotten hit now 3 times in this game, 4 times in game 1. So some painful ways to get on base, but they will take it, trying to extend their lead. Muniz, the 1-0, swings over that pitch from Schmidt.
And a good job there from Schmidt again. Draws the count even. Making great use of that changeup right there. Had the hitter way out in front of it. Going to try and keep him off balance to induce some soft contact right here.
And another swing and a miss by Muniz. Some great action on these pitches from Schmidt. Gets ahead 1-2 on the number 9 hitter. Schmidt looking for a strikeout or a double play. Unable to turn that one over. Lands high for a ball. Pettit gives the signs with the runner on second base, and Schmidt ready for the 2-2. Fouled straight back by Muniz. A great cut on that one, but fouled right back to stay alive.
Yeah, a really good fight in this at-bat. Schmidt went to a couple of consecutive changeups before what looked like a breaking ball that he didn't get the action that he wanted, followed by that fastball right here. It'd be interesting to see what he opts to go with here in a 2-2 count.
The 2-2 pitch, this time from Schmidt, swung on and missed again by Muniz. So another great pitch by Schmidt to get a key strikeout. That'll bring up the leadoff hitter, Aaron Rosillo, now with 2 down in the 7th.
Yeah, great job by Schmidt there. As I said just a moment ago, he used that changeup to get ahead in the count, but it's dangerous to throw a hitter 3 consecutive changeups, opted to go with a breaking ball, a fastball, and then went back to the changeup ultimately to get the strikeout.
Going back to the breaking ball to start this at-bat. Rosillo able to lay off, and Pettit blocking that one that was in the dirt. Mountaineers have runners on first and second. Hooper out there, the lead runner Cardoza at first. The center fielder trying to drive them in with 2 outs. Schmidt's pitch sent high in the air. Pettit. Now Schmidt gets the ball in fair territory for the big 3rd out. So Schmidt able to escape a tough situation there, strands 2 runners on base, and it is time to stretch once again here in San Antonio. The Tigers look to get going offensively in the bottom of this inning, and we'll be right back. We are ready for the bottom of the 7th inning. And on the mound now for the Mountaineers, their 3rd baseman, Josh Gilliam, the leading hitter in Schreiner history with 201 hits now on the mound. And he gets that first pitch in there for a strike. Jack Vonderhaar looks to get things started for the Tigers. Down just 1 run. Looks at that one. Low and away.
Yeah, Brian, and Hakala exits this game having put forth a pretty good performance, but also exits just as we kind of figured out what he was going to throw in the approach that he had coming into this game as Vonderhaar swings and misses at that breaking ball down and in. Hakala really had an approach that seemed to be going breaking ball away from the right-handed hitter and an off-speed pitch that was fading down and in towards the righties. Gilliam enters this one with a little bit of a different approach, a little bit more of a hard-throwing right-handed pitcher, and I think that's exactly what the Tigers want to see at this point in the game, down 1 here in the bottom of the 7th.
We'll see how it works out for the Mountaineers. Gilliam with 4 saves on the year, 2nd in the conference, actually tied with Matt Thomas of Trinity. So used to coming into these high-pressure moments. Now 1-2 count to Vonderhaar is outside. Doesn't get much more pressure than a road appearance against the top team in the nation, up 1 in the 7th inning. We'll see if Gilliam can handle the pressure. Vonderhaar awaits the 2-2 count. And he drives that one to left field. And Rocio in the gap there makes the catch, calling off Williams, the right fielder. So a good swing from Vonderhaar, but just missing it. And that's the first out of the inning.
Yeah, just missed that one, but also important to note, after the wind appeared to die down a little bit between games, seems that it's picked back up here in this one, blowing in from center field, and I think that one was kept up in the air a little bit by the wind that was blowing in.
Now Mason Meredith back at the plate. Meredith with 2 doubles on the day, including the big 3 RBI double, clearing the bases. He also got the last Tigers rally started with a 2-out double, and sees that breaking ball in there for a strike. Now the 1-1 from Gilliam, swung on and missed by Meredith. The 1-2 count now on the Tigers center fielder. No one on and 1 out. And he swings through that one as well for a 3rd strike. So Gilliam gets a hot bat out at the plate. And now 2 outs quickly here in the 7th.
Yeah, and I mentioned to start this inning that Gilliam comes in as a bit more of a hard-throwing righty, something that the Tigers are more used to seeing, or at least would prefer to see, as compared to some of the pitchers that they've seen lead with breaking balls this weekend and last weekend's action. But Gilliam has done a really great job using his secondary pitches to keep the Tigers off balance.
And that fastball is driven up the middle for a base hit, so Pettit taking advantage of that fastball, not the breaking stuff, driving it back up the middle for a 2-out single.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Gilliam has done a good job using his off-speed stuff, his secondary pitches, but in order to use them, he's had to get ahead in counts. And typically, you're going to see pitchers throw fastballs early on in counts. Pettit taking advantage of that fact there and got a lot of that ball hard hit back up the middle.
MJ Metz now at the plate, sees that one in there for a strike.
Not much that the big 6'5" third baseman can do with that one. That breaking ball started low and broke away from him. And with his hands starting as high as they do, really hard for him to do anything with that pitch.
That one in the dirt, gets past the catcher Cardoza, and the runner Pettit able to get into scoring position now with 2 outs. So a huge opportunity for the Tigers after having no one on and 2 outs. Pettit suddenly now at second base with a chance to score on a base hit.
Yeah, Brian, and as you mentioned earlier, the Tigers have been very successful on the day, scoring with 2 outs. Brought home 7 runs in the first game of the doubleheader and brought home 2 earlier in this one.
And Metz, one of those batters that brought in a run with 2 outs. He brought in that very same runner, Pettit, with a single in the 5th inning. Now ahead 2-1 on the count. Gilliam on the mound. Metz sees that one in there for a strike. So another breaking ball there.
Yeah, a really good pitch. Shows that Gilliam's confident in his stuff to be able to throw that breaking ball when he's trailing in the count 2-1. Great pitch to get back even right there.
Now the 2-2-2 Mets, and that is in the dirt again. Gets past Cardoza. Pettit around third. He is going to stay there. But now, once again, for the second consecutive inning, the tying run for the Tigers just 90 feet away.
Yeah, and important to note that now a couple of pitches have kicked away from Cardoza behind the plate in this at-bat. So Mets will certainly be attempting to put a ball in play here, but will have to be aware that if that ball gets by the catcher, he's going to have to book it down to first.
The 3-2-2 Mets is swung on and missed. So Gilliam strands the runner at third base. The Tigers unable to tie the game here in the 7th. So the Schreiner Mountaineers maintain their 7-6 lead as we head to the 8th inning here in San Antonio. A new pitcher on the mound for the Tigers as we get set to start the 8th. Samuel Conti replaces Jack Schmidt. Luke, what do you think about the day Schmidt had, and what do we need to see from Conti here as well?
Well, after a little bit of a rough or rocky start for Schmidt, I thought that he settled in very well. I've been very impressed by all of the young pitchers on the Tigers staff so far this year. They've shown the ability to be competitive with all of their pitches, throw everything for strikes, but they've been really, really good with their secondary stuff. Conti enters today's game after making an appearance in last night's action. He faced 2 batters, gave up 1 hit, walked to the other. To be fair to Conti, he came in a really rough spot, so it'll be refreshing to see him in a clean inning right here.
Goins at the plate for Schreiner. He sends that delivery towards right field, but Rafe Chomet right there for the out. So a hard hit ball off the bat of Goins, but right at Rafe.
Yeah, but Conti will take outs whatever way they come to him right now. Good to see him get that first one quickly, and he'll settle into this one nicely, I'm sure.
Josh Gilliam now coming to the plate. Gilliam, having played at third base most of this series, now on the mound, and sees that one for a strike. Conti with the 0-1 pitch here. Tries to get it on the outside corner, but just misses, so a 1-1 count here for Gilliam. And Gilliam grounds that to Metz at third, who bobbles it once again over there. And Gilliam reaches on the fielding error by third baseman MJ Metz. So Gilliam not necessarily having the base hits we're used to seeing, but finding a way to get on in any way possible.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Mountaineers need right now, is base runners. Trying to hopefully expand their lead right here.
And Hohert swings at the first pitch, an opportunity for Metz to redeem himself, gets it on to second and back to first. Off the bag at first, safe, but an important out there at second. Metz able to get the lead runner, and important to get Hohertz out as well, who was 3 for 4 on the day and is a power hitter. Now 2 outs in the inning. Right fielder Jeffrey Williams steps to the plate.
And as I was saying previously, the Mountaineers will try and extend their lead a bit here, but for the Tigers, you have to realize and recognize that runner on first right here isn't going to hurt you. Conti will continue to work in the zone without fearing that that runner currently standing at first is going to be able to come around and score now that the Tigers have 2 outs in the top of the 8th.
All the focus here on the hitter, Williams. And almost hit there by Conti, but steps out of the way. Williams back in the batter's box, awaiting this pitch, and swinging through it. A high fastball, unable to catch up to that. And now a 2-2 count for Conti on Williams, looking to get off the field and bring the Tiger bats to the plate. The 2-2 from Conti. Sent towards first, Vonderhaar gets it. Conti covering the bag in time for the out. A nice play by the left-handed pitcher to get off the mound and to the first base bag. And a tough play from Vonderhaar, ranging well off the bag.
Yeah, but all around a really great play by the Tiger defense. This ball is not hit hard enough to get all the way out to the second baseman. So Vonderhaar has to come off the bag. Conti recognizes that and makes a heck of an effort to get all the way over to the bag to record the out on time.
So now the Tigers come to bat in the bottom of the 8th inning. They'll look to come back down 1 run to SCAC rival Schreiner. Welcome back to San Antonio, where the bottom of the Tigers' order will look to get something going. Michael Goodrich, the number 9 hitter, steps into the box, takes that first pitch high for a ball. Josh Gilliam on the mound for Schreiner. They lead 7-6 here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, Brian, you mentioned Goodrich steps in now as the number 9 hitter, and what a luxury it is for this Tiger lineup to have such a good, deep lineup all the way top to bottom. Goodrich stands in here as an absolute power threat and also someone who's going to do a really great job turning the lineup over as Shamet bats right behind him.
And on that 2-0 delivery, Gilliam fooling Goodrich with the off-speed pitch. So 2-1 count now. And Goodrich swinging through that one. So an even count now, 2-2. Gilliam ready for the 2-2 delivery and forces Goodrich to chop it right back to the mound. Records the first out of the inning by tossing it to the first baseman, Hohertz. And now the top of the Tigers lineup will try to get things going.
Yeah, and a good job by Gilliam there to come back after falling behind 2-0, but also a good job by Goodrich. Went up 2-0, swung and missed at 2 breaking balls, but adjusted his swing a little bit, was able to put a 3rd consecutive breaking ball back in play. He'll take that over striking out.
Leadoff hitter Rafe Chomet takes that pitch for a strike. Rafe, in his last at-bat, took the first delivery and sent it into left field for a base hit. Looking to get back on that breaking ball in there for a strike. So a quick 0-2 count on the right fielder. And Gilliam back on the rubber quickly. Rafe now battling with 2 strikes. Sees that breaking ball miss outside.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Gilliam back up on the rubber rather quickly. He's feeling very confident up there. Has all of his pitches working the way he wants them to be.
And that breaking ball is fouled up and out of play. So Chomet staying alive.
But even on your best day as an opposing pitcher, a tall task in front of you when you have to face this Tiger lineup, especially at the top of the order. Leadoff hitter Rafe Chomet up at bat right now.
The 1-2 to Rafe is outside. So Rafe battling back down 0-2 has evened it up with a 2-2 count. Looking to get on base here for the Tigers and get something going on the base paths. And he takes that 2-2 pitch and fouls it back. Gilliam with the 2-2. And Rafe lines that one to right field for a base hit. So another single for Chomet. And the Tigers have a runner on first, the tying run, with Jack Baker now to the plate.
And as Chomet rounded first, walked back to the bag, he clapped his hands enthusiastically, really pumped up to come through, deliver for his team, because right now they need base runners down a run in the bottom of the 8th inning. And just like we mentioned the last time he was on to lead off the inning, an absolute threat on the base paths. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on him, see if he's moving here.
And with one out this time, instead of a bunt, might see a hit and run or a stolen base attempt. With Baker at the plate, that first pitch, a breaking ball outside.
Really good pitch by Gilliam to start off that at-bat, because as you mentioned, Tigers with an out here, but still trailing by 1, need to get something going, and a hit and run or something of that sort isn't out of the picture.
And that breaking ball inside for a ball, so 2 breaking balls on opposite sides of the plate, both missing, and Baker up with a 2-0 count. Rafe over there at first. Gilliam keeping an eye on him. And Baker sends it to right field, and that is down for a base hit. Baker taking that 2-0 pitch and sending it to the opposite field for a nice base hit.
Yeah, and after Gilliam fell behind in this count 2-0, throwing 2 breaking balls, that's a sign to a hitter that the guy on the mound is going to have to come back at you, likely going to need to throw another pitch when he doesn't have his secondary stuff working. Baker was ready for that fastball there and jumped all over it with a great approach, sending that one to right field. And the Tigers have something cooking here in the bottom of the 8th.
2 consecutive hard-hit singles to right field from Rafe Chomet and Jack Baker. Now bring Jack Wisniewski to the plate. The tying run at second base, go-ahead run at first. Wisniewski looks at that breaking ball in there for a strike. We're in the bottom of the 8th here in San Antonio. Schreiner leading the top-ranked Tigers, but they have something going here. Wisniewski sees that one go past the catcher Cardoza. Rafe on to third, Baker to second. And there are now 2 runners in scoring position for the Tigers, with Wisniewski at the plate. A 1-1 count for the shortstop. And Gilliam now in deep trouble. The 1-1 now from Gilliam. In the dirt again, this time Cardoza able to stop it. A couple wild pitches here late in the game. Another one here would result in the tying run coming across. Gilliam facing the 405 hitter Wisniewski. Already 2 hits on the day. Has a 2-1 count. And sees that one well outside. Ball 3.
And as Gilliam loses a little bit of command over his secondary pitches, that breaking ball that we've seen and that off speed that he threw right there, Tiger hitters are going to need to be prepared to hit the fastball when they see it in the strike zone.
We'll see if he throws it in the strike zone here on 3-1. Wisniewski takes that breaking ball deep to right field. That sends Williams back. He is able to make the catch, but Rafe Chomet scores from third, and this ball game is tied.
And we've seen a couple balls hit out into right field. That one off the bat looked like it had a chance, but I think the wind, as it is picked up later on in this evening, really played a part as to why that one stayed in the yard. But nonetheless, deep enough to bring in the tying run from third and move the runner over from second to third.
And not only scoring the tying run in Chomet, but Baker with some heads-up base running getting to third as well. So just 90 feet away is the run to take the lead for the Tigers, and Schaub swings at the first pitch, fouling it off to first base. Looking to take the lead here in the bottom of the 8th. Wisniewski with his 5th sacrifice fly on the year leads the team. The Tigers coming into today tied 5th in the nation for sacrifice flies. So getting another one there. Schaub swinging at that one and fouling it back. The 0-2 count here to Schaub. He looks at that one just high. Gilliam with the 1-2 here to Schaub. And he swings and misses for a third strike. So the go-ahead run stranded at third, but the Tigers tie things up here in the 8th thanks to the sacrifice fly from Wisniewski. And it is a brand new ball game here in San Antonio, tied at 7. We are headed to the top of the 9th inning. Be back here at the Tiger Network. We are back now with a tied ball game between Trinity and Schreiner. Samuel Conti back on the mound. Devin Hooper leading off the inning. The top-ranked Tigers managing to tie the ball game up in the 8th inning thanks to a sacrifice fly from Jack Wisniewski. Conti now trying to keep it right there. And Hooper fouls that one back.
Yeah, and a great job so far by Conti. A little bit of traffic on the base paths in that last half inning that we saw him, but nothing that was his fault at the end of the day. He was able to leave that inning unscathed, and he'll look to get through a clean one here again, hoping to get his Tiger bats back up to the plate in a tie game.
And that 1-1 pitch in there for a strike, so a 1-2 count now for Hooper. And that one's outside for ball 2. Hooper 3 for 4 today. 3 more hits in game 2 after 3 in game 1. So one of the hottest Mountaineer bats. But he swings and fouls that one off. Almost had him for a third strike, but managed to tip that one into the dirt. And so we'll do the 2-2 count once again. Conti's 2-2 delivery fouled back once again by Hooper. Conti, the 6'4" left-handed pitcher from Boston, Massachusetts. Looking to keep this game tied. The 2-2 to Hooper. Fouled back once again. Doing a good job of fighting off some good pitches from Conti here.
And a little bit of frustration as this at-bat continues between Conti and Hooper, but really good job on the mound from Conti right here, being forced to throw some more pitches, but remaining competitive, forcing Hooper to swing the bat and make contact.
Another 2-2 pitch from Conti. Inside, nearly hitting Hooper. instead taking the count full 2-3-2. Hooper trying to get on base here in the top of the ninth. He awaits the 3-2 pitch from Conti. And that is low for a ball. So a lead-off walk for the Mountaineers drawn by Hooper. And that'll bring up Isaiah Hernandez, who will likely try to move the runner over with nobody out. Pettit out to the mound to talk to Conti. And it looks like a pitching change is on the way. And that is in fact the case, as Conti exits here with a man on in the ninth inning. We'll be right back after this Tiger pitching change. The Mountaineers look to jump on top in the top of the ninth. The new pitcher on the mound for the Tigers, senior Matthew Thomas. We saw him come in to get the save last night. Recorded just one out, but that's all that was needed. And now looking to keep the game tied at 7 with the runner on first. Hernandez squares around a bunt, gets it down the first base line. That's foul.
And now ahead in the count, I like Thomas using a breaking ball, trying to throw it in there for a strike, a much more difficult pitch for a hitter at the plate to get down a bunt with. And if you can get ahead 0-2 here, it totally changes the complexion of this situation.
Hernandez once again squaring around a bunt, and he brought the bat back thinking that was a ball, but that's a called strike. The count now 0-2. So will Hernandez square around a bunt, down 2 strikes? Thomas looking at the runner, and he does square around a bunt and makes an attempt at it. And he is called out by the first base umpire, saying he went around. So a big out for Thomas and the Tigers. We'll get a look right here at that bunt attempt.
Yeah, and you see him push that barrel forward before he actually brings it back. So not much of a surprise that he's called out right there. But great job from Thomas right here.
Definitely a close one there, but goes the Tigers' way. And now Cardoza back at the plate. Runner still at first. Unable to be moved over. And that one hits Cardoza in the helmet. The 4th Schreiner batter hit today. But absolutely not what Thomas wants there. And that was a breaking ball that just got away and puts the runners now at first and second with 1 out.
An unfortunate break for Thomas right there for sure, but also hoping Cardozo is okay as he makes the stroll down to first base. He'll put his helmet back on. It looks like he'll run for himself, so that's always a good sign.
And I said the fourth hit by pitch. That is true, but 2 Schreiner Mountaineers have been hit twice each, and Cardozo is one of those. Gilliam also hit twice, so a painful afternoon for the catcher. That brings up the shortstop, Jet Muniz. And he grounds that first pitch to Thomas. He gets it to second for the out, and on to first for the double play. Vonderhaar with the fist pump there at first. And the big double play turned. A nice job by Thomas. Not an easy throw off the mound here. Takes his time. Gets it to Wisniewski, who gets it to Vonderhaar. And the Tigers are out of the inning. We are headed to the bottom of the 9th of a tied game. The top-ranked Trinity Tigers look to walk it off. Welcome back. We are in the bottom of the 9th inning here in San Antonio. Jack Vonderhaar steps to the plate. Josh Gilliam still on the mound for his 3rd inning of work. This is a tie ball game, 7-7. And the Tigers look to win it here. And first pitch swinging is Vonderhaar. Now the 0-1 swung on and missed once again by the first baseman. The Tigers ranked atop Division III. Here the 0-2 pitch to Vonderhaar. That's high. Tigers 19-1, winners of 12 consecutive games, looking for the big win here at home. That one is outside once again. So Vonderhaar, after falling behind 0-2, is back in the count 2-2.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of great battles on both sides between hitters from both dugouts.
And Gilliam gets Vonderhaar swinging there. So 3 big swings that is unable to connect there, Vonderhaar. And so the first out of the inning is recorded for Gilliam.
Yeah, but still just with 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th, and definitely the guy the Tigers want to see up at the plate. Mason Meredith, 2 for 4 on the day, has doubled a couple of times and could easily change the complexion of the game here. Another one puts him within scoring position.
Meredith awaits the 0-1 pitch here and swings through it. The 0-2 to Meredith here is grounded to the shortstop Muniz, who throws it to Hohertz for the second out of the inning. So 2 quick outs recorded here in the bottom of the 9th. But as we've seen already, 2 outs does not mean the opportunities are over for the Tigers, especially with Tyler Pettit at the plate, who's 2 for 4 today.
Yeah, and as you see on your screens, Pettit has jumped the yard once this year. He's a guy that plays a position where you have a ton of power typically, so it wouldn't be a surprise to see him hit one out here, and what a big moment would it be for these Tigers who have battled all day in a really close game.
And you see Pettit joking around with the pitcher Gilliam here, even in a tense moment, having fun. That's what baseball's all about right there. An 0-1 count with 2 outs in the 9th. Pettit lets go of the bat. A dangerous play there. Looks like the bat flew over the dugout. Hope everyone's okay there. And the bat has been retrieved. It did in fact go beyond the dugout. Now an 0-2 count for Pettit. Gilliam trying to send us 2 extra innings. Pettit fouls back that 0-2 pitch, staying alive.
And a big key to Gilliam's success in this inning so far has been the fact that he's got ahead of hitters and forced them to swing at some borderline strikes. For Pettit right here, it'll be important for him to choke up a little bit, try and go the other way with something.
And he is unable to connect on that 0-2 pitch, so Gilliam retires the side in order. We have some free baseball here in San Antonio because 2 games in this doubleheader was not quite enough for everyone. We are headed to the top of the 10th inning. Schreiner and Trinity tied at 7. We'll be right back. After getting a key double play to end the top of the 9th inning, Matt Thomas is back out there for the 10th. We are in extra innings now. Top of the lineup for the Mountaineers, Aaron Recio at the plate. And he swings at the first pitch of this inning and sends it over the left field fence for a home run. Center fielder Aaron Recio not wasting any time here in extra innings and wallops that baseball, and the Mountaineers have the lead.
Yeah, and just a great swing by Recio right there. Expecting a fastball first pitch, and it's exactly what he gets. Had his hands through, barrel out in front, connected with that one, got every bit of it, and was able to drive it over the left field wall, putting Schreiner back in front here in the top of the 10th.
Now Goins at the plate Thomas looks to rebound and misses high with that one. For Recio, his first career home run. The junior center fielder, and now Goins sends it back towards center field for a base hit. So a couple hard hit balls for the Mountaineers. First the long ball by Recio, and now a single by Goins. And that brings the middle of the order for the Mountaineers, Josh Gilliam at the plate. Gilliam 0 for 2 today, but has been everywhere, scoring 3 runs, has been hit twice. Sees that one low and away to start the at-bat. Gilliam sends out 1-0 pitch to Wisniewski, turns it to Baker and on to Vonderhaar for the double play. So that single erased by Thomas with yet another double play. So 2 big outs to clear the bases and get one step closer to bringing the Trinity bats back up to the plate.
Yeah, great job by Thomas right there. Despite the fact that he gave up the home run in the first pitch, wasn't all that rattled. He did give up that single, but trusted the defense behind him, continued to pump strikes into the zone, and that's exactly the outcome he was hoping for right there, as the Tigers are 1 out away from bringing the bats back up to the plate right here.
Standing in the way of that is the first baseman, Reese Hohertz. 3 for 5 on the day, has been retired in his last 2 at-bats. Now faces a 1-1 count and grounds it foul. Now the 1-2 pitch to Hohertz is outside. A 2-2 count in the top of the 10th. And Hohertz bounces it to Wisniewski, who throws it on to first and gets the out. A close play at the bag. A slow roller that Wisniewski is able to get over there in time. And not before the Mountaineers get a big home run by Aaron Recio, their center fielder. Gives them the 8-7 lead in the 10th inning. The Tigers coming to bat in the bottom of the inning, looking to respond and tie this game up. Welcome back to San Antonio. We're here in the bottom of the 10th inning. The Schreiner University Mountaineers have a lead over the top-ranked Trinity Tigers. We have a pinch hitter for the Tigers, Ezra Gore, coming off the bench, hitting for MJ Metz. Ezra drove in 3 runs in Game 1 of this doubleheader, and will look to get something going in the bottom of the 10th.
And just before Ezra stepped in the box right there, Cardoza telling the infield to play in a little bit, thinking that something might be on here with the pinch hitter. Ezra showing his speed in this one, in this series so far, but not squaring around to bunt to start this at-bat.
And that ball is high, bringing the count to 1-1. Ezra had an RBI triple in Game 1 where he showed off that speed. Would love to do something similar here. And he fouls that one back. So the count is 1-2.
That pitch a little low again. Gilliam doing a really good job jumping out in front of these hitters. Gore's going to have to fight and battle in this at-bat to get on base.
And Gore unable to connect with that one. A swinging third strike to start the inning. Gilliam retiring the pinch hitter. The number 9 hitter, Michael Goodrich, now at the plate, sees a breaking ball in there for a strike. Gilliam, in his 4th inning of work, would be in line for the win. But before that, Goodrich sends that one to right field, and Williams with the catch, says the umpire. A nice catch there in right field. What looked to be a base hit, possibly for Goodrich, is instead the second out of the inning.
You see the replay right there. Williams starting to range to his right, but at the last moment realized that one was going to drop just in front of him. Made a lunge forward and was able to come away with that one. Really good play by the right fielder there, because if that one gets down, it's probably rolling to the wall, and the Tigers have something going in the bottom of the 10th.
Now Rafe Chomet, the last hope for the Tigers. He represents the top of the lineup as well. So if he can get on, still plenty of time and opportunity for the Tigers. He chops that one foul. Rafe 1 for 4 on the day. And he sends that one in towards the gap, and that is down in front of Williams, who's unable to get this one. And another base hit for Rafe, his 3rd of the day, his 3rd consecutive hit. And this one coming at a key time as he keeps the Tigers alive and represents the tying run over there at first.
Yeah, and Chomet goes down, gets to the end of the bat on this one with the wind blowing in, and the fact that he got that one off the end just a bit. Did just enough to muscle it out into right field, but made sure that one didn't get all the way out to the right fielder, Williams, who had just made a spectacular grab.
And you see a huddle by the dugout, head coach Tim Scannell talking to his pinch hitter, Evan McDonald, who's going to come in to hit for Jack Baker. Rafe also coming over to the discussion, and the on-deck hitter, Jack Wisniewski. McDonald represents the winning run at the plate. Rafe, the tying run over there at first.
Interesting decision to go with McDonald right here. We'll wonder if it has anything to do with his approach in the last game. Fell behind in a count, but was still able to do something with the breaking balls that he got when trailing in that at-bat. Certainly expect him to see some breaking balls here.
McDonald looks at that breaking ball for a called strike. McDonald came into the game earlier in the doubleheader, got a base hit, looking to do some damage here off the bench. An 0-1 count. Rafe going towards second, and the throw is over the shortstop's head. Rafe moving on to third, and the tying run for the Tigers 90 feet away. 2 outs here in the 10th inning, and the Tigers looking to tie things up.
Interesting decision from Cardoza right there to go ahead and throw it down. We did see him throw a runner out in last night's action, but it took a perfect throw and a much quicker runner in Chomet. I wasn't sure of his chances to gun him down at second. And with the risk of a ball getting away there, as we saw it did, it also allowed Schreiner to advance even further to third base.
And a good block there by Cardoza, as that ball in the dirt could have easily gotten away, and Rafe on high alert there, looking to tie this game. McDonald taking a deep breath here, a 2-1 count off of Gilliam, and he sees that breaking ball in there for a strike. So a 2-2 count for the pinch hitter. Gilliam looking for the victory. McDonald looking to extend this game. The 2-2 in the dirt, blocked by Cardoza. So the count goes full.
Yeah, as you mentioned, great job by Cardoza right there. Really threw his shoulders over the baseball, because even though it kicked off just to the side, he was able to keep it from rolling backwards as well.
McDonald ready for the 3-2 from Gilliam, and he fouls that one back, staying alive. Really battling here in the bottom of the 10th. Gilliam ready on the rubber for the 3-2, but McDonald making him wait just a bit. And now we're ready for another 3-2. That is a ball high, just missing for Gilliam, and the winning run is on first base. The tying run still 90 feet away for the Tigers, and up to bat will be shortstop Jack Wisniewski.
Yeah, and as you see from this shot right here, a pretty big gap on that left side of the infield as the shortstop ranges over. He'll move back just a little bit, but nonetheless, a lot of real estate for Wisniewski to work with on that left side if that's the approach he chooses to take.
Wisniewski 2 for 4 on the day. Runners on the corners with 2 outs. And he sees that first pitch breaking ball high for a ball. That's 70 pitches for Gilliam. This is his 4th inning of work. He came in the 7th inning. Now has a 1-0 count to Wisniewski. And Wisniewski sees that one for a called strike. Some tense moments here in San Antonio. The top-ranked Tigers looking to tie things up against Schreiner. That one low for ball 2. So a good eye so far from Wisniewski. Rafe Chomet over there at third. Evan McDonald at first. The tying and go-ahead runs. Wisniewski waiting for the pitch. And that breaking ball is up once again. And a hitter's count for Wisniewski, 3-1.
Be interesting to see here if McDonald will be on the move, trying to get to second to make sure that the Mountaineers don't have a force play at the bags in the infield, but also gets himself as the winning run into scoring position. But he won't need to, as Wisniewski draws the walk there to load the bases.
Ball 4 to Wisniewski, and the bases are now loaded for cleanup hitter Brian Schaub. And who doesn't love this drama? Schaub with 8 home runs on the year, including 2 in this series against Schreiner. Gilliam with 4 saves on the year. This would be a victory for him if he can get it, but seems more like a save situation, trying to save this lead for Schreiner. And Schaub, an extra base away, just Rafe 90 feet away, and he swings at the first pitch for a strike. Rafe on third, Evan McDonald on second, Jack Wisniewski on first. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt.
Great take by Schaub right there after swinging at a similar breaking ball on the first delivery from Gilliam. Definitely going to want to lay off those here, trying to hit a fastball.
The 1-1-2 Schaub. Check down at first. Did he go? Yes, says the first base umpire. So a 1-2 count on Schaub. Bases loaded here in the bottom of the 10th. And Schaub strikes out swinging. Gilliam gets the cleanup hitter, and Schreiner pulls off the upset of the top-ranked Trinity Tigers. The Tigers leave the bases loaded and see their 12-game winning streak snapped. What a ball game here in San Antonio. Luke, what do you think about that last inning?
Well, Brian, beyond all else, I think you really need to tip your cap, if you're Trinity, to Gilliam. He did it all this weekend. Some milestones for him, his 200th career hit, his 201st career hit, which put him into first place in Schreiner history. And then to end this series, he did a great job out on the mound, sealing a win after the rest of this Mountaineer staff has given up quite a few runs. So hats off to Gilliam in this series. Great fight by Trinity in this one. Great fight by them all weekend, but ultimately not enough. We see from this scoreline that Schreiner jumped out to a 4-0 lead, and we've seen Trinity be able to battle back at times from deficits this year. But it goes to show that it's not always going to work out the way you want it to. So moving forward, it's going to be important for Trinity to be alert and just be ready to play earlier on in games to avoid this type of outcome.
Schreiner with the huge victory in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Trinity winning the series 2 of 3, but Schreiner pulling out this 8-7 victory. This is the first time Schreiner has defeated Trinity since April 15th of 2018. This is also the first time the Mountaineers have won here in San Antonio since April 8th of 2017. So a huge, huge victory for the Mountaineers and for the Tigers, who are ranked at the top of Division III. A disappointing loss. They had their cleanup hitter, Brian Schaub, at the plate with the bases loaded, but could not come up with that big hit in the bottom of the 10th. This has been quite the day of baseball here in San Antonio. We hope you've enjoyed it. The Tigers are now off on the road to Concordia and the University of Dallas over the weekend before coming back for a big conference matchup against Centenary College. We hope you will join us on April 24th on the Tiger Network. For Luke Terry, this is Brian Jenselson. Have a great Saturday night.